This is the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. Man, that must have been the longest intro ever. You'd think I'd learn by now. But yes, you are at the right spot. We are dealing with, once again, computer issues. But you know, it is amazing. Everything happens for a reason. I actually loaded up the computer, had it all set up for tonight's show ahead of time this morning or this afternoon. I normally don't do that. I normally come in at 9 o'clock, get the audio, the video set up, and get that rocking and rolling right before the show. Well, I did it early ahead of time, and lo and behold, the video machine, the machine that actually feeds our video out over the internet, decided it was going to update. It took a full hour. Can you believe that? A full hour to update itself. So hopefully there's not too much damage here. And it looks like it's coming out of its update mode. So we will be feeding out to the internet here shortly. But, yeah, I just couldn't hold it off any longer. Man, Windows 10. Remember the good old days when computers just worked? They're supposed to, one of my gripes about computers these days is, and I know it's a level of complexity that leads to this, but as we get more and more complex, there's more and more that can go wrong. And it's just amazing. So for those that are waiting for us on the video, that are listening to us at our website at themidnightocean.com, we will have the video feeds up in a few minutes. Wow, but what a show we have in store for you tonight. We actually have on the Skype line Kathleen Marden, and we're going to get to Kathleen here in a few minutes as we progress through the system. Oh, that's right. We have a new screen. Yeah, I can see probably shouldn't have worn this shirt. Green shirt on a green screen. It's kind kind of funny, kind of funky, but it'll work. Art Bell once said, remember, it's radio. All this video stuff. It's radio. But, of course, you guys want the video, and we try to give you what you absolutely want. So I do apologize to our guest who is holding graciously on the Skype line as we take care of some business. There we go. It looks like we've got some video that is going out to the world and everything. So hopefully this will get fed out there. Wow, what a night. I know that there is a great debate going on. Kabuki Theater, as we like to call it here at the Midnight Ocean. Kabuki Theater. I hope you guys come to your senses and just come on over to the show. And if you get here, we'll be glad to have you. I find it amazing how one little thing, one little issue can throw a monkey wrench in a complete production. And it's definitely doing that. So as you guys can see, when you come into the site on the video, we have updated the video screens. I kind of like it. If you're joining us for the very first time on YouTube, please hit that ever so important subscribe button. That would mean so much to us. We'd appreciate that. If you're on Facebook Live, I will tell you that you are probably going to get disconnected. We find that Facebook is getting a little bit better at it than what they have done in the past for our shows. They usually disconnect us about halfway through. Last night, we were able to go do the whole show. That was pretty cool. And then, of course, on Twitter, you can follow us there at the MN Ocean. That's the MN Ocean, with the @ sign in front of it. Wow. I need to drink some coffee. I really, really do. Get back in order. It is how it is amazing how something as little as a few minute delay will throw your timing off. So let me do this. Let me do as my great flight instructor said, when things start going to heck in a handbasket, what's the first thing you do as a pilot? Nothing. That's the first thing you do, is absolutely nothing. You stop, assess the situation, and then move on. So with that, follow those great words of wisdom. They really are. But like I said, on the Skype line, I know that's working. We did a sound check, so we know that we are a go for our guest tonight. And without haste, let's just go ahead and jump right in it. Kathleen Marden, for those that don't know, I will have to say pretty much represents, she is, half of the team, the Marden tonight, Friedman team that represents wow, we're getting an echo. Man, it is just going. I hope this is not going to be a precursor for the rest of the night. Wow. We're having all sorts of issues tonight. Thank you, Windows 10. I appreciate it. Thank you, Bill Gates. I don't think Bill has anything to do it, but let me back up before this thing gets away from us too quickly here. So Kathleen, with Stanton Friedman. So she is the other part of the Stanton Friedman. I think that she's actually, Stanton Friedman is the other part of Kathleen. And I'm not saying that just because she's joining us here tonight, but it's her family, her story that I think started a lot of this. And we're going to get into that a little bit as we progress through the night. But she's a leading UFO and abduction researcher, author, and lecturer. Her educational background is in the social sciences, has shaped her interest in scientific ufology. Extensive research and investigation into alien abduction has convinced her that some abductions are real. And I have to agree with you. And, before I just muddle all over this, I'm just going to bring Kathleen on. Kathleen, how are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. Good to be with you.
Oh, I'm glad you're with me. That means that we're alive, right?
Yes, you pulled me away from the debates, and here I am.
Yeah, well, you're welcome. I just have to say the Kabuki Theater is what we tend to call it around here. It's, Well, let's talk about something a little bit more. You know, it's really sad. Let's talk about something a little bit more real. Let's talk about alien abductions. You know, a little bit less. You know, something that's real. That's based in statements that are based in fact. In some cases, as they would say. So, yeah,
sounds good to me.
You know, it's funny because obviously people naturally pair you up with Stanton Friedman.
Yes, well, we've written 3 books together.
Yeah.
We've been working together for many, many years. And he was the first scientist to bring to the public Betty Hill, my Aunt Betty Hill's star map. He was instrumental in seeing that scientists vetted Marjorie Fish's work on the identification of Betty's map. So he's been part of my family for quite a long time now.
Yeah. Well, yeah, absolutely. And I'll have to say it is refreshing because, you know, I want to believe, I mean, I've seen things that are unusual in the sky. I think we all have at one point or another. I mean, are they UFOs? Are they whatever? But I think everybody's seen us, you know, some strange things. And I want to believe in, you know, the problem is, and what I love about your work, and I'm going to focus on you, Stanton's going to be joining us, by the way, on the 27th. So we'll talk about Stanton when Stanton's here, but, or Mr. Friedman, I should say. But, you know, I want to focus on your work and your story and everything. And what is so fascinating, and especially in ufology, there's only a handful, I will say a handful of individuals like yourself who are using scientific method to you know, prove this, you know, to prove out the existence of alien abductions and also UFOs. And you're not afraid to call bunk either. That's the nice thing, is that when you come across something that doesn't pass the litmus test, as they would say, you're not afraid to call it out. And that's, to me, you know, we need more people like you, especially in ufology, because there's so much disinformation out there, and it makes us all look bad. You know?
It certainly does. It absolutely does. And, you know, disinformation is promoted by some people to get attention, by other people who want to have a good story that they can sell. And also, I believe, by disinformants, probably paid disinformants who are working to cover the good information up by contributing bad information to it.
Yeah. Well, they add noise. I guess it's noise to the argument. And it's just, you don't know. I mean, I remember, and I'm not going to say who he is, but I remember hearing, you know, the former employee or supposed former employee of Area 51 getting on. And, you know, I wanted to believe that so true. You know, I in my heart, I just wanted to believe that story. And it wasn't until Stanton's work came back and said, look, you know, and I work in government work. I've done as a government contractor myself. There are certain things that the government just doesn't whitewash, you know, and clean up. And Stanton was able to pull those things out. And I think that's, like I said, it's a huge disservice to the rest of us, you know, especially those that are true scientists looking for the truth and muddling through, you know, that it just adds a lot of noise. I can't tell you how many times I bring up, you know, UFOs and Area 51 and then I hear his name pop up all the time. It's like, you know, it's like, please, you know, that was, I think we debunked that story a long time ago. And it's so sad. It really is.
It really is. You know, Bob is a really bright guy.
Yeah.
And, you know, he did work at Los Alamos and, but, you know, maybe he was a technician when he worked there. Stanton, is a meticulous researcher.
Yeah.
And, he can tell you more about this next week, but he followed the paper trail that still existed. He talked to Lazar's High School He found out that his grades were not good enough to get into the college that he said that he was studying for his doctorate at. And if he ever did work at Area 51 in any kind of capacity, he made a big mistake when he lied about his credentials and tried to inflate them for whatever reason. I know that he passed a lie detector test and that George Knapp has supported the reality of his statements. Mm-hmm. But, so everything is not 100% clear to me, and I try to give people the benefit of a doubt.
Sure.
If everything is not 100% clear. But there are certainly problems with his story.
Yeah.
But that said, some very, very bright individuals who don't have a master's degree or a doctorate work with scientists.
Yeah.
And they're just highly intelligent and highly creative, and sometimes they can think of things that the scientists don't think of. I've known some of those people. In fact, my son was working. He doesn't have his college degree. He dropped out of college. I'm hoping he's going to go back and finish it. But he was working for a company as an assistant engineer. But he's very, very bright and creative, and so he fit in quite well with the engineering staff.
See, and that, I guess that's the rub with me, and I think that's maybe where I have hope that maybe the educational background of Lazier, of Bob, is, he lied about that, but then it goes to the whole credibility. Because I agree with you. I mean, I dropped out of college and went on into computer science, and I've worked with some of the top computer scientists in the world. I've done a project and own patents that are being used by Homeland Security now, and so I've worked in those alongside those various agencies in telecommunications, and so it's just insane. Look at Edward Snowden as well, where he was positioned and what he had access to. I just wish Bob wouldn't have. And it is leaning towards, the falsification of educational credentials, which then, of course, leads into, well, if he lied about that, why is he, the other stuff? And you're right. There are some things that I don't care, what you do for a living or who you work for. There are just some things that are not going to get deleted. And that whole myth that they whitewashed him there's records, and the university is still going to have those records. They're still going to say, yes, he attended here. Yes, he did participate. These are the classes he took.
Yes. And actually, when he said that he was, at MIT, he was at Pierce Junior College in San Fernando Valley, and Stanton actually tracked down the professor who he was taking this class with and talked to him. Yeah. And the professor verified that, yes, indeed, Bob Lazar was at Cal at this junior college, Pierce Junior College, when he claimed to be at MIT. So that was clearly a lie. Yeah.
It's just, like I said, it goes, like I said, in my heart. And I think that was pretty much where I knew that Stanton and then also you guys were the real deal.
And, Stanton is not a debunker as such. Stanton is a scientist who looks at the facts.
Yes.
If you let people get away with lies, then it is very bad for the entire field.
Correct.
Because all of us look like charlatans.
Yes.
None of us look credible. And we are attempting to gain scientific credibility. Yeah. We are attempting to entice scientists to, again, look at the evidence that UFOs, we believe, are real. We believe there's sufficient evidence for that, and we can get into some of that tonight if you'd like.
Oh, absolutely, and I think we're definitely going to go there. So enough of the the intro on Lazar, and I'm sure Stanton. We're going to get into that a little bit more, and everything. let's talk about, I want to say modern ufology started, I will have to, especially abduction, really started with your aunt and uncle. And,
yes.
And, so we have 5 minutes before our break, so I don't know how much we can fit in. I mean, because we have such a young audience, most of my listeners are in the millennial, so they haven't heard these stories. It's amazing how many times we bring guests on here, and I think, that it's like, oh, it's just repetition. But believe it or not, a lot of our listeners are just like, I've never heard that. So let's start at the beginning, because I think it's a pivotal point, especially in abduction research and ufology. Let's tell the story about your aunt and your uncle.
Yes, and we can talk for 5 minutes, and then we can come back and discuss it some more after the break. But first of all, I want to introduce who my aunt and uncle were. My aunt Betty Hill was white. She was a social worker for the state of New Hampshire, very actively involved in the civil rights movement and in doing good things for the people of New Hampshire. She met my Uncle Barney when he went to New Hampshire from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania on vacation. Barney grew up in Newport News, Virginia, and he, as an adult, lived in Philadelphia. He served in the Army during World War II, and then he went to work for the post office after that. They met during his vacation in New Hampshire, and they immediately hit it off. He was African American, but Betty was very active in the civil rights movement. They had a great deal in common. They were both highly intelligent. Barney's IQ was 140. I'm sure Betty's was that high, or at least very close to it. And she was a social worker for the state of New Hampshire. She worked in adoption for the welfare department, went on to become a supervisor. Barney had worked at the post office for the first year after they were married, which was in 1960. They lived apart because Barney hadn't gotten a transfer from the Philadelphia post office. But finally, he did get a transfer to Boston and then later to Portsmouth, New Hampshire, where they lived. He was also active in the civil rights movement. In 1965, he was appointed to the U.S. Civil Rights Commission's State Advisory Committee. He was on the board of directors of the Rockingham County Community Action Program. He helped to set that program up along with Betty, and he received an award from Sergeant Shriver for the work that he did on that. I have the newspaper clipping, and I show it when I lecture on the Hills. He was also very active in the NAACP. He was legal redress. He was on the regional board as well. So you can see they were respected people in the community, in the state of New Hampshire. And this is a story that they never wanted to be made public. But let's step back to 1961. Barney decided to take Betty on a surprise vacation. I had been to Niagara Falls with Betty's sister and another uncle and my cousin, a month or maybe a little more than that. It was during the summer of 1961. And I had gone home with a lot of photographs, and at a family gathering, we were talking about how much fun it was and what we did. And Betty turned to Barney and said, I've never been to Niagara Falls. I would love to go there. And so Barney decided to surprise her with this trip when she had a week's vacation from her job as a social worker. He was able to get a few days off from work and went home and told her to pack and get ready, and they would leave on this trip. And they didn't have much money. The banks were closed on Saturdays in those days. There were no credit cards except for gasoline credit cards. And so it was sort of a spur of the moment affair. They took a little camp stove. They took a cooler with food in it to save money. And they even thought, well, maybe they would have to sleep on the side of the road if the hotels were too expensive.
Well, so let's take a break. And so they're, typical family, American family, going to enjoy Niagara, going to take a little vacation. And boy, I'm sure they did not expect what is coming their way or what's going to happen next. And we'll talk about that with our very special guest, Kathleen Marden. She is a prolific author, scientist in alien abductions. And we are talking about her aunt and uncle, Betty and Barney Hill, here at the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and the podcast. I'm going to take some coffee and get back in with the program. We'll take a 4-minute break, and we'll be back in a few.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean radio show and a podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. You can join us here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. If you are out on the social network sites, we can also accommodate you there. If you are on Twitter, our Twitter handle is the @TheMNOcean, the @TheMNOcean. YouTube, if you're joining us on YouTube, we thank you very much. And if this is the first time you are watching one of our shows, make sure you hit that subscribe button. That would be so cool. We appreciate that so much. And of course, on Facebook, if you're joining us on Facebook Live, which is new to us, we just started to broadcast out the Facebook Live about 2 weeks, and we're still learning their nuances. They're not as robust as YouTube. So if we get disconnected, I do apologize. You can always join us out on the YouTube channel if you want to watch the videos and the presentation that we put together for the shows. I'd love to have you. Don't get discouraged. Just come on over to YouTube, type in the Midnight Ocean, and you will get connected. Yeah, I haven't had any problems with YouTube lately. We've gone about 67 shows. Haven't had any issues with YouTube. So they're highly, highly robust. And of course, you can always reach us on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. And before we bring our very special guest back, I want to give a couple shout outs to Brendan over there at Liver Medic. For those that don't know, I'm doing a live on the air report to you guys as I go through a 30-day Liver Medic trial. Great stuff. I will tell you, maybe that's why I'm a little disconnected. He said, he goes, you're going to go about 2 days where you're just going to feel blah. And that's kind of how I feel these days. But I can tell you that it has curved my appetite. So Brendan over there at Liver Medic, thank you very much for providing that. It's so important to get all of those poisons out of your system. And man, did I have a lot. And it's working. And of course, our good friend, tonight's show is brought to you by a generous contribution by Scott Lemriel. Scott Lemriel. I'm just tongue-tied tonight. I don't know what it is. Is Mercury in retrograde? Maybe I need to call Laura and ask her if Mercury is in retrograde. But getting back to before we took the break, we were talking with our very special guest, Kathleen Marden, and she was telling us about her aunt and uncle, the Hills. And for those that don't know the folklore, I don't want to say folklore, but the history of the Hills, you're going to hear it right from their niece live here in the studio. My tongue is just like all over itself tonight. I can't. It is amazing. It is. I can honestly tell you, this is the first time, Kathleen, that I've been this tongue-tied in doing. I think it happens to all of us occasionally.
Yeah. So just sit back and relax, and maybe your tongue will come untied.
Well, I get paid this is the problem, though. I get paid to do this. I'm like I feel like the batter that can't hit the ball or catch anything tonight. And, it's really funny because I am doing this trial program with Liver Medic to detoxify my liver. And he did warn me. I will have to say, Brendan, the owner, the CEO of Liver Medic, did say, he goes, I just want to warn you, you're going to go through about 2 days. You're going to start 2 days, feel great. And then you're going to go through 2 days of just where you just, nothing is going to, you're just not going to. And you know what? This is day number 1 of the 2 days. So he did call it, but we'll get there. And it's not about me anyways. People aren't listening, didn't chime in to listen to me. They're coming to listen to you. So they're driving. They got their camper equipment, or their stove and everything. They're going on their little retreat as couples do. And I think that's right where we left off. So.
Yes, they had a great time in Niagara Falls, and then they decided to head toward Montreal and wanted to do a little vacationing in the city of Montreal. They spent the night just west of Montreal. This was after they had spent the night in Niagara Falls, and had a wonderful day in Montreal, too. They were driving to the outskirts of Montreal to find a motel. This was around the time that people were getting out of work at night, and Barney ended up getting lost and got really peeved about it because whenever he tried to get directions, everybody spoke in French. So he couldn't get directions, and then he found himself on a highway that led toward New Hampshire. And he said, well, I forget Montreal, let's just head home. Yeah. And so they started driving, and they thought, well, we're still on vacation. If we grow tired, we'll stop at a motel along the way, and we'll just see what comes. And so that's what they did. And they had a nice time. They arrived in northern New Hampshire around 9 and 9:30 at night. It was 130 miles from Montreal to Colebrook. Yeah. And they stopped for a bite to eat. And they had another problem when they were in Quebec before they got into Vermont and then on to New Hampshire. They stopped at a restaurant there. The menu was in French. Everybody spoke French. They ordered what they thought was French fries or something like that, and it ended up being a bag of potato chips. They, I guess, were just too embarrassed or too frustrated to try again. So they were looking for a restaurant when they got into New Hampshire, and everybody spoke English. And they found one in Colebrook. And they ate, and they left the restaurant around 10 o'clock at night. In fact, there was a clock in the restaurant, and they both set their watches to the clock in the restaurant and headed south, hoping to arrive in Portsmouth. They were tired at that time, and so they thought they'd arrive in Portsmouth at about 2 o'clock in the morning. And so they're driving south. It's a bright, light night. The moon is 3/4 full. They're having a great time. And they're got south of Lancaster. It was about 35 miles from Colebrook to Lancaster. They were about 4 miles south of Lancaster when Betty saw this new light in the sky. And she started watching it because she was wondering if it was a satellite. And that was part of the reason for that was that my grandfather, Barrett, her father, was very excited about the space race. And, he was born way back in the late 1800s. And so this was really a big deal to him. I grew up across the street from my grandparents' farm, and my brother and I would go out with my grandfather at night looking for satellites. So she thought maybe she was seeing her first satellite. Only it was growing larger and larger and larger in the sky. And it piqued her attention so much that when they got to an area called Twin Mountain, Betty decided she wanted to stop and really get a good look at this thing. So she found a reason to get Barney to stop because he didn't want to stop. Well, the dog had to be walked. The dog had to use the bathroom. The dog's name was Dulcie, and she was a dachshund. So they got out of the car to walk Dulcie, and Betty looked through the binoculars at this craft that was now getting quite close. And then Barney did, and the craft was moving off in the opposite direction, and then all of a sudden it just sprung back in their direction. And that was kind of when they realized it was not a conventional craft. Got into the car, they're driving south, and this craft is flying along sort of pacing their car. They entered an area called Franconia Notch. It's a beautiful tourist area in New Hampshire. There are tall mountains all around, and a road that goes through the center and along a stream. There are some nice little lakes along there. And this is where the Old Man of the Mountain was. It was New Hampshire's state symbol until it fell off the mountain in 2003 into the lake below. And but anyway, it was there when Betty and Barney went by it, and there was the craft just hovering next to the old man's profile, which was 48 feet from forehead to chin. And they saw that craft was at least 1.5 times the length of the old man's profile. They decided to get out of the car. There was a place to pull over to the side of the road to look at this tourist attraction, and they looked at the craft and saw how unusual it was. It appeared to be rotating, and it appeared to be lighted on only one side. So, and it was moving in kind of a stair-step pattern, up, over, down, up, over, down, up, over, down, and it was highly unusual. So they moved on and got back into the car, and they're heading south again, and they came to Lincoln, New Hampshire, which has another stone sort of attraction there, especially now that the old man has fallen off the mountain. It's called Indian Head. And there's a beautiful resort there, the Indian Head Resort. And actually, the state of New Hampshire has erected a historical marker for Betty and Barney in front of the Indian Head Resort. So if you ever get up to New Hampshire, make sure you stop and see that. It's really something else. And you can go to my website at Kathleen-Marden.com, and I actually have a self-guided tour of the route that Betty and Barney took through upstate New Hampshire with the stops that they made, and even to the abduction site. So if you ever want to go there and see all of that, make a trip out of it, it's there for you to read. You'll know what Betty and Barney saw and at each step along the way. So anyway, I was back at the Indian Head Resort. They are driving a little bit south of there, and this craft is coming in closer and closer, and Betty is becoming excited. She wants Barney to stop the car. But before he had a chance to do that, this craft swooped down and was above them. And at that point, what they told the Air Force when they made the report is when they looked up at this, when it swooped down, it was as large as a dinner plate at arm's length at that point. Now, remember, the full moon is as large as an aspirin at arm's length. So you can imagine how close and how large this was. They estimated that it descended to within 100 feet of their car. And, Barney was trying to convince himself that it really wasn't a flying saucer, and Betty was saying, Barney, I think it's a flying saucer. And he was saying, oh, don't be ridiculous, there's no such thing as flying saucers. So he stepped out of the car. He had his binoculars, and he was going to look up at this craft. And as it's hanging there in the sky above them, he and Betty see a row of windows along this disc-shaped circular craft, and there is a blue-white light coming from behind that row of windows. Well, the craft then moved to an adjacent field, and Barney stepped away from the car and started following it into the field. Well, Betty sat in the passenger seat in the car. The headlights are on. They're in the middle of the road, straddling the center line. His door is open. the interior lights are on, she has to stay in that car in case another car comes along, which it didn't,
Sure.
but she was worried about that. So he walked into the field, he looked through the binoculars, and he saw figures looking back at him. And he described them as being dressed in shiny black uniforms. This was part of his conscious continuous recall. He stated that Betty wrote to NICAP after she'd taken a book out of the library when they arrived home. She wrote all of this of what Barney saw and how it had affected him. And let me just read a quote to you
Sure.
from that letter, because, I think it's important for people to know exactly what Betty and Barney wrote, so you won't think that I'm making it up. But she wrote, as it glided closer, he was able to see inside this object, but not too closely. He did see many figures scurrying about as though they were making some hurried type of preparation. One figure was observing us from the windows. From the distance this was seen, the figures appeared to be about the size of a pencil and seemed to be dressed in some kind of shiny black uniform. At this point, my husband became shocked and got back in the car in a hysterical condition, laughing and repeating that they were going to capture us. He started driving the car. The motor had been left running. As we started to move, we heard several buzzing or beeping sounds that seemed to be striking the trunk of the car. And when that happened, the car vibrated. And they heard this buzzing sound, the car is vibrating, and a tingling sensation is passing through their bodies. The next thing that they're consciously aware of is they're 35 miles down the road, and they don't know how they got there. They hear another series of these buzzing sounds. Barney stops the car. He drives it from side to side. He's trying to make these sounds, and he can't make those sounds from the car. Betty says to him, "Barney, now do you believe in flying saucers?" And he says, "Oh, Betty, don't be ridiculous. That wasn't a flying saucer." So he's still in denial. He's not going to admit what he's seen. But he did finally admit it, and he actually made a report to NICAP's Walter Webb in October of 1961, less than a month after they arrived home from this experience. And what Barney told Walter was that the figures were of human form, dressed in shiny black uniform, and black caps with peaks or bills on them, which could be seen when the figures turned their heads. He couldn't see them when they were face on as he's looking through the binoculars up into this craft. He said the uniforms were like glossy leather, and when they were standing at the windows, he could see down to their waists. When they moved back to the wall, their legs were partly visible. The figures reminded the observer of the cold precision of German officers. I have to say, if you have read anything about this case, you're going to find some vocal UFO researchers who say Barney saw German officers. He saw Nazis on this craft.
Yeah.
That's not true. They moved with the precision of German officers. And I have to say, jumping ahead to his first hypnosis session with Dr. Benjamin Simon, which began in the winter of 1964, during a powerful abreaction, Barney did say, the evil-faced one looks like a Nazi. And then he said, he is a Nazi. Now, that's the only time Barney ever said that. And I think the reason for that was that he was extremely frightened. He was in a state of shock as he's reliving this experience with all of this release of emotion. And Dr. Simon had said to him, tell me everything that you saw and tell me everything that it reminds you of from your past. And as I said, he served in the Army in World War II.
Yeah.
So I think that that's where that came from. He never again mentioned anything about Nazis. But he did say that they moved smoothly and efficiently and showed no emotion except for one fellow operating what Barney thought was a lever, who, Walter wrote, Mr. Hill claims, looked over his shoulder and smiled. He said the approaching UFO finally filled up the entire field of the binoculars. The leader at the window held a special attraction for the witness and frightened him terribly. The witness said he could almost feel this figure's intense concentration to do something, to carry out a plan. Mr. Hill believed that he was going to be captured like a bug in a net. That is when he knew it was no conventional aircraft he was observing, but something alien and unearthly containing beings of a superior type, beings that were somehow not human. So you can see that from the very beginning, Barney had conscious, continuous recall of observing these non-humans on this craft. All of the skeptics are going to tell you that's baloney. But it's in the original records. So I have the documented evidence, and it's in my book, Captured, the Betty and Barney Hill UFO Experience, that I wrote with Stanton Friedman.
Yeah. Which, and I think it's important because, some of the criticism was, obviously he was in the military and he was, reliving or kind of overlaying his experience, especially with the Nazi statement, and I'm glad that you clarified that, because that's the first I heard of that, that clarification in this, and because that makes perfect sense when you're under hypnotic or under, we had Laura McDonald on the show, and when you're under a hypnotic state, you're bringing in your life experiences in that description process, and it would only make sense if someone said, well, how did they move? How did they react? And if you've seen someone, I guess it would make sense for you to say, yeah, they moved like a soldier. Or
yes.
That makes perfect sense, because everybody knows, or a marching band in precision or something like that. And that doesn't mean that I was, that I was looking at a marching band, flying a UFO. It just means that their movements were such in a precise order that it resembled a marching band like movement. And that, like I said, this is the first I actually heard of that clarification, and I'm glad that you did clarify it.
And I try to do that every time I have the opportunity, because there's a lot of misinformation about this case. I have the entire archival collection. I set one up at the University of New Hampshire too, but I have all of the documents. I can prove that what they remembered. And a lot of people can't do that. They do a lot of speculating to try to debunk all of this, or to change the story around from what it actually was. But I feel it's my responsibility to set the record straight on this.
Correct. Well, and you actually have, how many regression sessions did they go through each?
I believe that they went through 5 or 6 sessions each. I know that there was one session, and Dr. Simon had accidentally taped over that session. So we never did get to hear that session. But I have 10 tapes of their hypnosis sessions.
Wow.
So, and they had the 50-minute hour, and Dr. Simon saw them separately, and while the other one waited in a soundproof waiting room, and he reinstated amnesia at the end of each session when they finally ended up seeing him. So he had 2 reasons for doing that he wrote about. He said that one of those reasons was he didn't want them to contaminate each other's information. He wanted to do a comparative analysis of their statements. Also, so much emotion was released by both of them at certain times, that he did not want them to remember the trauma that they went through all at once, because it could be emotionally damaging. He had to work with them gradually to work through all of this.
Okay. And,
yep.
And so when you say that he re-invoked amnesia, was that just to protect them? Because of what they experienced, what they said while they were under?
Well, it was to protect them and to protect the integrity of the hypnosis sessions, to make sure they didn't compare notes on the part that they had amnesia for.
Okay. Well, let's do this, because I have some questions around that and the actual experience, some of the things that probably came out in the tapes that they weren't made aware of until after the fact. But we are talking with our very special guest, Kathleen Marden. And, hopefully I'll get with it.
Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
So just hang in there. I know you guys on the YouTube channel have had some audio issues. Hang in there. We're going to get them resolved, and we're working on them now. Like I said, right before the show started, the main YouTube feed machine decided that it was going to reboot itself and upgrade itself. So we've been dealing with a lot of issues. But you're listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and the podcast. When we return, we're going to continue our conversation with author Kathleen Marden. And we're going to be talking about her aunt and uncle, Betty and Barney Hill. And then we're going to carry on the conversation in some other abduction cases. Hang in there.
The Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. Man, I feel like we have aliens in our board. Oh, Lord, what a night. They're called Microsoft. They are wreaking havoc on our system. Yeah, like you guys said, or like we said earlier, literally right before the show started, we had another instance where the Microsoft decided that it was going to reboot itself, upgrade itself, and then reboot. And when it did that, it knocked out all of the audio drivers. And I do apologize to you guys in YouTube. But, this goes to show you how resilient some of you guys are. And I appreciate that. You guys were watching the YouTube feed, but listening to it on the radio. That was pretty cool. And everything. So that was really, really cool. And as you guys can see that are watching on YouTube, we have a new feature. We've changed our backgrounds. And yes, the chat room, you can actually see the chat on the YouTube feed. How cool is that? But man, we got a lot of moving parts tonight. This was not the night to have these issues, but we will trudge on, and we will try to get you the best show that we can under the circumstances. And I do have to apologize to Kathleen for having to come into this hornet's nest. And this is not what I expected, especially with you, Kathleen. But I think we got everything. It took us an hour, but I think we are good. I'm hearing good things in YouTube. I am seeing good things from the radio feeds. I think that we are good to go.
Great, great. The debate is over, too.
That's what it was.
We're all set.
You know what it was? Maybe, but they knew that the people were listening to the show, so they no, that's conspiracy theorists at its finest. No, it's like I said, and I do apologize. I want to give my best to my listeners, and also more importantly, my guests. And I feel like that I did not do that the first hour, but I'm here now, and I think we've got all the fires put out. And there are no major hurricanes heading my way, so I think we should be good to go. So right before we took a break, and the reason why I asked about putting them back into the hypno state. Now, I have never heard. Now, have you ever released these tapes to anybody?
No, I haven't, and the reason for that is that I, as the trustee of Betty's estate, own half ownership to it, but Dr. Benjamin Simon's son, who is a medical doctor, a neurologist, owns the other half. And he considers this to be medical records.
Yeah.
And as you know, with the HIPAA laws and all of that, he can't release those.
Yeah.
And somebody got a hold of some of those tapes, and there's a little tiny bit posted on YouTube. I think part of Barney's first hypnosis session is on there. I know the part of his abreaction, the most dramatic part where he's practically screaming, is on there, and probably a little bit from Betty. But no, the tapes have never been released.
Wow. Yeah, and you know what? And that's fair. I know, and I'm curious, and I know a lot of the listeners are curious to hear those tapes. And everything. Now, you put together transcripts, or is that kind of the same thing where it's considered medical information? I actually transcribed the tapes. Okay. But so did John G. Fuller, who wrote The Interrupted Journey. So the transcription of those tapes is in that first book that was written back in 1966. And I believe that there is an ebook version of that available at Amazon if you want to read those transcripts. And then in my book, Captured, the Betty and Barney Hill UFO experience, I tell the whole story because, as you know, it went way beyond 1966, and
The Interrupted Journey is pretty much devoted to the transcripts. And I did a comparative analysis of those transcripts in Captured, but because of copyright laws, I was only able to quote something like 250, 300 words, something like that.
Gotcha.
So, yes.
Okay. Now, so, and I want to kind of go back because, I mean, so they come out, Fred and Barney, they're driving, Betty and Barney, Fred Barney, Betty and Barney, they're driving, they have the lost time, they have all of that. They don't remember anything, and it all comes out in this hypnotherapy session, correct?
Well, I just told you everything they remembered.
Yeah, but it wasn't really in detail. I guess what I want to say is that when we get into the hypnotherapy, and let's talk about that, there was some trauma there. There really was. And Betty and Barney also had physical evidence that we can get into later. So they knew that something had happened. And they just couldn't understand what happened during those 2 hours of missing time. Barney had developed medical issues over it. He had developed what we today call post-traumatic stress disorder. He had to take a leave of absence from work because he had bleeding ulcers. And it was all because of this experience that they had. Betty had 5 dreams about it that seemed too real to be dreams. When they started 5 or 10 nights after the event, and they went for 5 nights. It was actually first thing in the morning, just before she woke up, that she dreamed it, and then she wrote it down. And in these dreams, she remembered she dreamed what had actually occurred along the trip, but sandwiched in between those conscious memories was an alien abduction. And the funny thing was, I did a comparative analysis of their statements under hypnosis, and those statements correlated in detail. But not with Betty's dreams. Some of Betty's dreams, I think, showed up in some of her hypnosis of what happened on the craft. But the ETs, for example, that she remembered in her dreams looked pretty human. They had Jimmy Durante noses, they had black hair and eyebrows, human faces. They were a little grayish in color, and they were dressed in blue cadets uniforms and a cadet's hat. That wasn't what Betty and Barney saw and what they remembered under hypnosis. What they remembered resembles pretty much what we think of as grays. Barney, I have the written description, and they said that they had spindly legs, that their torso was sort of barrel-shaped chests, that their heads were larger in proportion to their bodies than human heads, grayish in color. They had eyes that reminded them of cats, with the big black pupil. They were glossy eyes. They glistened in the dark. They were very dark, but they had a little bit of yellow around the outside, sort of where our whites would be, but their irises were much larger than our irises. So that's what the eyes that they described. They communicated telepathically, although they had mouths. Betty and Barney did not see the mouths moving, or I was going to say lips, but there were no lips moving when the communication was made. No ears, a nose that was almost flat, a little turned up nostrils, slanted eyes. And there were 2 groups. One group was about 4.5 to 5 feet tall. That was the examiner, and the
the one they called the leader that I today call the escort, because that's the one who always sees the experiencer, always stays with the experiencer, sort of forms a relationship with that experiencer to make them feel comfortable. And that was the one who stood up by Betty's head and comforted her whenever she was distressed. The ones that they remembered under hypnosis were different than the ones in the dreams.
In their dreams. Now,
yes.
Now the ones under hypnosis, what were they?
They were the gray type I just described.
They were the gray. Okay, because
yes,
well, when I talked with Laura McDonald, one of the things that she said is that one of the benefits of hypnosis is the part that manages like creativity for us. Mm-hmm. There's a disconnection there under hypnosis. So it's one of those things where it's interesting to hear you describe the dream-like creatures and correlate them to the hypnotic like creatures that they described, and the fact that there are differences that, for me as a researcher, that makes me take notice in a sense that there's a collaboration. If they were the same in one and the other, I would kind of go, it doesn't seem, it seems like this might be a little contrived or fabricated.
Yes, and a lot of the skeptics are trying to say that Betty had only recalled her dreams under hypnosis and that Barney had overheard Betty's dreams and only repeated them. But my comparative analysis was skeptical, and I wanted to know for certain. I compared their descriptive details all along the route, their speech patterns. I wanted to know everything about them and what occurred. And, obviously, their hypnotic recall correlated in detail, whereas in parts it was very different than Betty's dreams. Mm-hmm. And those ETs versus the Jimmy Durante figure is a good example.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's the mind in your dream trying to reconcile what you see.
Absolutely. Part of the function of dreams is to help you to deal with the anxiety that you've gone through during the day. You work through it emotionally in your dream state.
Correct.
And so I think that's what she was doing. So she pulled in parts of what really happened, but there was also fantasy material in there as she was integrating this into her emotional state.
Sure. Now, during these sessions, did they take a polygraph of any kind? No.
Betty did.
Betty did. Okay, I didn't know if she did, if she actually did.
Yes, Barney had already died at that point. Okay. Unfortunately, he died at age 46. Oh. In 1969, he had a cerebral hemorrhage. And so it was after his death that Betty was asked to go on the F. Lee Bailey lie detector show. Mm. And she agreed to do it. She took a lie detector test and passed with no evidence of deception.
Yeah. Which, and that's the thing, too, is that it seems like she, even, how do I say this? They were forthcoming. They weren't, there was like nothing to hide here. And that was impressive.
Let me clarify that, because there was a lot to hide initially. They spoke to scientists. They shared the information with some of the people at their church, with officers from Pease Air Force Base, with the family, and with close friends. They had spoken to UFO investigators, and they spoke about their sighting in 1963 at the Two-State Study Group in Quincy, Massachusetts. But they did not go public with this. It was brought public through a violation of confidentiality. That's what took it to the public. And the reason they didn't want it to go public is because of the good work they were doing. You know, Barney had been appointed to the U.S. Civil Rights Commission, State Advisory Board. He was working. He was politically active in the state of New Hampshire. We had actually been invited to attend Lyndon Johnson's inauguration. Because the three of us had campaigned for Johnson, and Barney was a delegate for that. He was very, very active. And Betty, as a social worker representing the state of New Hampshire, what do you think would happen if they came forward and said, here we are, we've been abducted by aliens? People would think there were a couple of kooks, and they certainly were not. And that is why they didn't want to go forward and make this information public. Oh. But one of the women that Betty had confided in talked to this newspaper reporter, John Luttrell from the Boston Herald. Yeah. Her name was Laurie D'Alessandro, and she lived down in Weymouth, Massachusetts. And I even have a letter written to Betty and Barney by this newspaper reporter in August of 1965. And he said to them, he wrote that he would like to come up and speak to them about their experience, that he had been talking to Laurie D'Alessandro, and if the hills proved to be anywhere near as nice as she described, he wanted to meet both of them, and he promised them that if they would speak to him, that there was no way that he would commercialize upon anything they said. But they decided they didn't want to speak with him. They didn't want to speak with any member of the media. So they kept their story quiet. But as a result of the information that he had been given by Laurie, he contacted others. He started speaking to people. He interviewed people at Pease Air Force Base. And he actually stated that he had found between 12 to 14 witnesses in upstate New Hampshire who had actually observed that UFO on that night. So he surprised Betty and Barney for sure in late October of 1961 when he published this, and it was carried for 5 days in the Boston Traveler newspaper. It was devastating to the family. Betty and Barney were met outside their places of employment by the media. They wanted to interview Betty's and Barney's supervisors. They followed them home. Betty and Barney got into their car and escaped to my grandparents' farm. And, of course, the family all met. I was there. And they were very upset and concerned, and we had to decide what to do next. And it was a family decision. We discussed this, and we all decided that Betty and Barney should go forward with their story. And because the newspaper reporter hadn't gotten it 100% correct. Mm-hmm. And the cat was already out of the bag at that point.
See, I never knew that part of the story. And to me, that even lends more credibility. The fact that they talked, they documented, right, to their friends, family, pastor, and people in confidence. But the whole story came out because of basically a breach of trust.
Yes, that's correct.
Wow. And I can only imagine, what that, because you're dealing with, let's face it. Barney Hill, like you said earlier, he's an African American. Let's look at the times. Betty is white. He's working for the basically the equality, right? Doing, yes. That. And so I can understand where a lot of people would just right out of the bat think this was a publicity stunt. This was something to do it, but the way that you framed it Because I know that was some of the criticism.
Why would they want publicity?
Yeah, why would they want publicity? They actually, well, some people because of what, I'm going to retract that statement. Yeah, I'm going to retract that statement because I think, but it makes the fact that there was a breach of trust. This was not something that was supposed to ever get out in the public. It was supposed to be amongst family and everything. So when did you get involved with the process, with these stories?
The day they arrived home from that trip, September 20th, 1961.
Okay.
Betty called my mother, her sister. I had arrived home from school. I was 13 years old, and I overheard the conversation from my mother's side, and then my mother told me what had happened. And within, I would say, 2 days, my mother, father, and my two brothers and I drove down to Betty's and Barney's house and heard the story firsthand. That's when I heard it firsthand and saw some of the evidence as well.
And your background was social science, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And then, so from there, when you first heard this story, what did you think?
I was fascinated. I was surprised. I had learned in school that probably none of the planets in our solar system were populated, and because I didn't even think about the galaxy, or it just seemed incredible. But I knew that Betty and Barney were credible people, that they would never make up anything like this. And then over time, of course, I got to, unfortunately, witness the troubling effect that it had upon my uncle and how concerned the family was for him, for his health, for the anxiety he was experiencing around what happened to him.
Yeah, and I think that's important, the fact that you're seeing the physical, and it more so than from his experience, but you're seeing the physical aspects of his experience and the pressure and the I guess the attention and how it's affecting your uncle. Or do you think it was a culmination of both? Do you actually think that the experience itself, was there something done to your uncle that kind of led to some of this anxiety?
I think that it was primarily because he had conscious, continuous recall of observing non-humans in a craft. He felt threatened by these non-humans, and even though he had a gun with him, he couldn't draw it. He wanted to defend himself. He couldn't do it. He's a black man in 1961, having grown up in the segregated South. You have to understand, in that time frame, there were anti-miscegenation laws in the South.
Yeah.
And it would have been illegal for him to have been married to my Aunt Betty in the state of Virginia, for example. So, having grown up in the segregated South, I'm sure had a big impact on him. And that helplessness, that feeling that he was going to be captured like a bug in a net, the fear surrounding all of this, and the realization that this was something that was not from this earth, when he was telling Betty all along that, that's not a flying saucer, forget about it, Betty, that sort of thing. And then, the subconscious memories at that point, what had been repressed of being taken aboard that craft, finding himself in a wooded area. There were men in the road. They started to approach the car, and he and Betty were saying to each other on the hypnosis tapes, what's happening? Who's that? Is there an accident? Are we being robbed? And then Barney says to Betty, I think it's them. I think it's the ones I saw in the field. At that point, they're terrified.
Yeah, I can't imagine trying to reconcile that, my subconscious mind, with my physical mind, trying to reconcile that. I mean, the turmoil, the stress that must put on a person's mind. And we talk about that. A great example, a current example is the Mandela effect. I have stayed up nights thinking about the Mandela effect and things that I know are true, but yet the outside world tells me they're not. And wow. And we'll talk about that. And we'll also talk about some of the physical aspects of the abduction. But we are talking with our very special guest, Kathleen Marden.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
Yeah, we'll just kind of let that go over. And so you guys know our clock's a little bit messed up because we had some delays in the show, and I do apologize for that. But we're talking with Kathleen Marden and about her aunt and uncle and their world-famous abduction case. If you don't know the Hills, you haven't been around abduction. Some of you might not. That's why we're doing the show. But when we get back, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about some of the physical aspects. We talked about the hypnotherapy and regression, and now we're going to get into there are some physical aspects to this case, to the Betty and Barney Hill UFO experience. Hang in there. We'll get it right. We'll get this ship uprighted. We're lisping a little bit tonight, and I do apologize to our guests and also to you guys out there in YouTube and Facebook. But I do promise we will get this ship upright. And I think we're doing all right now. A lot of the things have calmed down. And thank you guys for joining us. I can tell that the debate's over because we're seeing our listenership increase dramatically. But hang in there. We'll be back. We're going to take about a 3-minute break. When we get back, we're going to talk with Kathleen Marden, and about the Hill UFO abduction case.
Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. You can join us here live every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. If you are a social media person, you can also follow us at Twitter at the MN Ocean. That's the @ sign at the MN Ocean. And of course on YouTube, if you're joining us for the very first time on YouTube, we say thank you. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. That would mean so much to us. It helps us out tremendously. And also on Facebook Live, you can join us there as well and get updates. Just all sorts of changes here at the Midnight Ocean. But enough of that. Let's get back to our very special guest, because she's been waiting very graciously, and we need to make up for a little bit of lost time. For those that don't know, we got started a little bit later than normal, and to be honest with you, we're a little bit discombobulated, or I would say. Kathleen was ready to go. She was on it. It was the host here, the captain of the ship, who was holding this one up. Yeah, but we finally got shoved off. I think we're doing all right. So on the line, we have Kathleen Marden joining us. and I think, now see, that's how you do an intro. That's how you come back from a break. So instead of all over the place. So, wow. But Kathleen, before we took that break, before we were interrupted, we were talking about the mental and everything, and you mentioned that there were some physical aspects to this as well, to the story of your aunt and uncle, the Hills.
Yeah, so are you referring to the physical evidence? The
physical evidence, correct.
Okay, yes. When Betty and Barney arrived home that night on the early morning hours of September 20th, 1961. They arrived about 5 o'clock in the morning. There were some things that were very, very perplexing. When Barney went to undress, he noticed that there was debris on the legs of his trousers, the tops of his best dress shoes, the toes of his shoes, were so deeply scraped that he had to buy new shoes. He was a meticulous dresser. The watches that they had been wearing that night, that were working just fine when they left that restaurant in Colebrook, New Hampshire, had stopped running and never ran again. Betty, when she was removing her dress, noticed that it was torn in several places. There was a 2-inch tear in the stitching at the top of her zipper. There was a tear in actually the thick zipper fabric as well. She had no explanation for that. And her hem was torn down on one side. The lining was torn from waist to hemline. Under hypnosis, she remembered that she did attempt to escape as they were trying to take her on board the craft. And she actually fought, and she kicked the escort on her right side. And that's when she damaged that part of her dress. Apparently, the zipper was damaged when they attempted to remove the dress from her, and apparently didn't know how to operate a zipper. Barney remembered under hypnosis that he felt like he was floating, but he could feel their arms supporting his body at the same time. But he could feel the toes of his shoes bumping along the rocks as he was being taken toward this craft. So there were explanations for all of these things as they remembered them under hypnosis. They also found shiny spots on the trunk of the car that hadn't been there the day before. And this was very perplexing. They were all about the size of nickels, and it was just like someone might have laid a template down on the trunk of the car and polished these very shiny spots. And one of the reasons that Betty called my mother is that one of our neighbors was a physicist, and they were really concerned about being exposed to radiation because the craft was so close, and they didn't even know about the spots on the car, but the physicist happened to say, well, have Betty, if she can find a compass, take it out to the car and see how the compass reacts. Mm-hmm. I don't know how he knew this, but it was to measure a magnetic field. And when she took the compass out, she found these spots, and she placed the compass over them, and the needle would spin and spin. But when she moved it away to another part of the car, the needle would drop down. Barney saw this as well. The disinformants will tell you that it didn't happen for Barney. I have the evidence right on the hypnosis tapes, and I play that evidence when I do a lecture on this because, sure, it's the truth is important, and I want people to know the truth. So that was the physical evidence, and that physical evidence had a number of scientists who worked on the case convinced that this was a real event, in addition to another number of other things, such as their credibility. And so the dress has actually undergone analysis in 5 separate laboratories. 2 of those analyses were very, very extensive. No one has ever been able to identify what that pink powdery substance was that grew on the dress after she placed it in her closet. And she took it out, and the dress was ruined because it had degraded the fabric of the dress.
I mean, are you in possession of the physical dress now, or?
No, I'm not. I set up an archival collection at the University of New Hampshire, Betty's alma mater.
Sure. And
the dress is being preserved there, along with artifacts, along with a bust of an alien that Marjorie Fish had sculpted for Betty, and a number of different things, plus documents relating to this incident.
And so, I mean, like the watch, has that been, was that part of this archive collection?
The watches were lost. Oh. Maybe Betty and Barney just threw them away because they wouldn't work. I don't know. But unfortunately, the watches were lost.
So, just an intriguing story. I mean, now, did Betty and Barney have any children, or no?
They both had children by their first marriage.
Okay.
Betty had adopted her first husband's children.
Okay.
And Barney had 2 sons with his first wife.
Okay. But they didn't have any together.
They didn't have any together. I mean, when they got married, Barney was like 38 years old, okay, and Betty was 40.
Okay.
So you don't start having children.
Yeah. Well,
generally,
yeah.
In those days.
In those days, you don't. Yeah. Now that's kind of like the norm, right?
I know more and more people are doing that today, but certainly not back in the 60s, sure, early 60s.
Sure. And one of the guests in the chat room wanted to know, how old was Betty when this happened? What was her age?
When this happened, she was 42.
42. Okay. So, wow, just a phenomenal story. It would be amazing if we could. I mean, obviously, and I agree with the decision because they are medical records, and under the HIPAA laws, and just out of courtesy, because these were traumatic experiences. I mean, can you share with the audience, or are you willing to share it? And you can say no with some of the traumatic, because we did we received and had permission to play some regression tapes of people that have been abducted. And I mean, it was just bone chilling.
Yes.
Is there anything, obviously, Barney, fought, but couldn't fight. I can understand that. But is there anything from that experience that was just that made because you've listened obviously to these tapes
over and over again
that just make you go, wow. I mean, that keep you up at night when you listen to them.
Initially, I wept when I listened to the tape of Barney reliving that experience in the field as he was looking at the craft through binoculars, felt that he was going to be captured and went running back to the car, just hysterical. And it was really very moving. In fact, I did let a production company use that part of the tape. It's called the White Mountain Abduction. You'll see it on YouTube, and actually you can listen to the tape of that occurring and me weeping as I was listening to it. It just brought forth those emotions where not only did I feel so empathetic toward my uncle, but I had reservations about allowing that to be released. Yeah. And I was hoping that I wasn't harming him in any way, even though he'd been dead for many, many years.
Sure.
And also the point where Betty saw those non-human entities coming toward her car and realized that, the motor had died. They were helpless. She opened the door to try to run into the woods to escape. They intercepted her. When this happened, she had never been so frightened in her entire life. She was weeping. She had a terrible time under hypnosis. And again, when she was undergoing an examination on the craft, and this examiner produced a 4 to 6 inch needle. And they had her on the examining table, and they had removed her dress. And that's how the zipper was damaged. And she said, what are you going to do with that? And she was told that they were going to do a kind of pregnancy test. And she said, that's no pregnancy test here. Well, in 1961, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was under development, but she wouldn't have known about that.
Yeah, like amniocentesis or something like that.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes. And so when he plunged that into her navel, it caused so much pain that Dr. Simon had to end the sessions early. It was very traumatic for her.
Yeah, well, it's traumatic for me just listening to it. I mean, I can't imagine. I mean, the fear of, like I said, number one, let's face it. I mean, obviously you have a mixed couple, in a time in which, like you said, you could be arrested and prosecuted for being married, and the fact that in itself would be scary, but then to realize. How do you say this? To sit there, and realize that you have these men coming towards you, and then as their form develops, that you realize that they're not men. I mean, that is, to me, that would be a double whammy. That would mess with my psyche so much. That
Absolutely.
I mean, because here you are expecting to get beat up by a bunch of Klansmen, right? And I'm sure that probably went through their head at first. And then all of a sudden you realize that, wait a minute, these aren't even humans.
Right.
And now what am I in for? Right.
Yes. And, this hadn't happened to anyone before as far as we knew back then. Since then, we found people who actually did have it happen earlier than that. But they didn't know about it. They didn't know if they were going to be carried off to some distant planet, if they were going to be killed. They didn't know what was going to happen to them. And, they were in fear for their lives.
Yeah. Just incredible. And, and I'm glad that we had this conversation, because you actually put a very human standpoint. People, you don't study UFOs, and I've heard you before on other shows but the human aspect, you painted a picture of this couple that for all practical purposes were a normal, loving couple who were doing things that normal couples do. And you know, that human aspect of it. And to me, it just solidifies it so much more and everything. Now, you said there's a museum at Betty's alma mater, right? Yes,
it's an archival collection. It's in the Milne Archival Collection Library. It's in the Diamond Library at the University of New Hampshire. And anyone can go there. You can look at the archival records. You can look at that dress and the other artifacts that are there.
Just amazing. And if I'm definitely in the New Hampshire area, I'm going to stop in because I want to look at the dress. I'm just fascinated, just completely fascinated by the story.
And when you're up there, just drive up to Lincoln, to the Indian Head Resort, and look at the historical marker that the state of New Hampshire erected to commemorate that experience. That doesn't happen in every state with every experiencer, you know. I had to provide the state with something like 26 documents proving that my statements were real about this case. The Air Force Project Blue Book records on it. So many different records. And I was very, very pleased when they erected that marker in 2011. And also go to my website at Kathleen-Marden, MARDEN.com. And as I said earlier, people didn't hear it. I have a self-guided tour of the close encounter route. So if you're up there, you can take the route that they took and you can stop where they stopped. So you can read exactly what they were looking at each spot.
Wow. Do you take them all the way up through Canada, through Niagara?
No.
Okay, just that area. I got you.
No, if anybody wants to follow the entire route, which I have done and have timed, and I can send them the route that Betty and Barney went on.
Wow, just incredible. I mean, you know, one of the gentlemen that I'm friends with in Facebook, and we've talked back and forth, is Thom Reed.
Yes.
And his abduction. I think the Betty and Barney Hill marker and Thom Reed's marker are the only two markers in the United States that have actually, and they consider, you know, government recognized UFO abduction encounters.
Yes.
And he's, you know, and I know that he's doing a big event this weekend, actually, that he's invited me to, and unfortunately I can't get to it. It would be a great birthday present, but I was told no. I was told no. I have to stay in the great state of Florida. And, but just a fascinating story. I do want to, you know, move on. And what story? I mean, is there any other stories that have caught your eye that have fascinated you? Abduction stories that have researched?
Well, I want to talk about the ones I wrote about in the alien abduction files with Denise Stoner.
Sure.
And I moved to Florida about 7 years ago.
Oh.
And at the time, I was wanting to attend a MUFON meeting in Florida. Sure. And so I did. And it was run by Denise Stoner.
Okay.
And so I got to know Denise. And during that time frame, she confessed to me that she was an experiencer. She was also the state of Florida's chief investigator. She was on MUFON's STAR team. And she invited me to her house for lunch one day, and when I was there, she confided in me that she was an experiencer. And so she started to tell me what she remembered She couldn't remember the year. She couldn't remember a lot of things. And I asked her if she would allow me to investigate it, because she had never formally reported this to anyone. And so I started to investigate it. I followed the route in Colorado. I interviewed her. I interrogated her, her husband, her mother, and I also conducted hypnosis sessions with Denise and her husband separately. And it was a fascinating story. Initially, all that Denise could remember is that every weekend during the warm months, she and her husband would travel with their daughter down from, they lived north of Denver, and they would travel down to Buena Vista, Colorado, where their mother, Denise's mother, and her husband had a travel trailer, and Denise and Ed had a travel trailer, and they would all spend the weekend together. And so Ed had been in the military. He'd just gotten out in this time frame. And so he did everything military fashion. They left the house at the same time every Friday night. Yeah. They are driving south, going into through Kenosha Pass onto South Park Valley. They stop at the top of Kenosha Pass. They do this every time. They get out, they have a little snack, and then they descend this 10,000-foot pass down toward South Park Valley. Well, as they're descending toward the valley, they saw something that was highly unusual. There were these two lights in the sky that really attracted Denise's attention. And she was watching them. When they were about 4 miles south of a little town down there, Jefferson, Colorado, these lights suddenly started coming toward their car very, very rapidly. And she had conscious recall of feeling the car slide off the side of the road. And the next thing they knew, they were 40 miles away at Trout Creek Pass. They were on top of the pass. The car was not moving. It was pitch black, whereas it had been daylight before that. And they were cold, they were freaked out, what had happened? And so I decided that I really wanted to know what had happened as well. And we had Denise's mother, who was still alive, who was a witness, who gave a sworn statement about how she and her husband and a family friend had been so worried about Ed and Denise that night because she always had dinner ready for them. Yeah. They always arrived sometime between 8 and 8:15, and on that particular night, they didn't show up. Because there were no cell phones back in 1982, and they didn't know if they'd been in an accident or what had happened. And so Denise and Ed showed up and said, well, we don't know what happened to us. And they thought they were kidding at first. They couldn't imagine. And then, they had many, many questions about this. Denise had seen a hypnotist and had a few sessions with him, but she had no memory of anything that she said during those sessions. So that's when I decided that I would try to uncover what happened. And I did. And
well, let's. That's actually a great segue because we have about a minute before we take a break and everything. Do you, Kathleen? Do you have time? Do you have time to do another session with us? Another segment? Kathleen, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. No, I was going to ask you. Do you have time to do another segment with us?
Sure.
I would love to hear more about this story. The other thing, too, I did not know you're Florida. You're in Florida?
I am now. I have been for 7 years.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm over here. We actually we produce out of the Nature's Coast, so we're north of Tampa, and we'll have to get together because I've been trying to get connected in with the MUFON organization in the area and stuff. So,
sure.
Yeah. So let's do this. We'll take a quick 4-minute break. We're going to come back. We're talking with our very special guest, Kathleen Marden. And we're moving on from the Betty and Barney Hill case, in which she was the niece of Betty and Barney Hill, on to the case of Denise. We'll just call it Denise. Fascinating stuff. There's an underlying thread, and when we get back, I'm going to share that with you. I just kind of thought about it as Kathleen was telling us the story and the research that she's doing in the investigation.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I think we got this ship righted for tonight's show. I do apologize to the listeners on YouTube who couldn't hear us for the first segment, and also to our guest who is joining us on the Skype line, Kathleen Marden. It's been one of those nights. I have to reach out to my astrology friends and ask them, is Mercury in retrograde? But as we all know, as they explained, that's could be bunk. So that was actually a very interesting conversation that we had on that show. If you haven't heard it, you need to go back. It was a great show. It was last Friday's show, and amazing. Learned a lot about astrology. But that's not what we're here to talk about tonight with Kathleen. For those that don't know or joining us for the first time, Kathleen is a co-author with many authors, but the one that I would have to say is Stanton Friedman. And he's going to be joining us on the 27th. And if you're on YouTube, you can see all of the books that we have those going on there that Kathleen has authored. And, you know, talking about books, if you guys are interested in purchasing or wanting more information about Kathleen and the stories of Captured, the Betty and Barney Hill story, or Fact, Fiction, and Flying Saucers, I'll tell you, I've got the Fact, Fiction, and Flying Saucers. The problem is I haven't been able to read it because it was taken out of my bookshelf by the lovely Miss Sandy. I was told I'll get it. It's being held hostage. I'll get it. She is just so fascinated with it, and I am reading it indirectly through her because I hear her say, "Hey, did you look at this? Read this," and it's just fascinating stuff. That happens every once in a while here, where books get appropriated and hijacked, I would say. So before we took a break, though, we started to talk with our guest Kathleen about her current investigation, and I'll just call it the Denise investigation. The Denise investigation. And everything. So, I don't know if you realize this, but it just dawned on me. You know, both men in these cases are military?
Yes.
Do you think that is have you seen an underlying thread there?
I do. That is a question. I haven't mentioned this before, but I am currently working. I'm MUFON's director of experiencer research.
Okay.
And my team and I are currently working on a research project at MUFON.com. It's on the front page. It's called the Experiencer Survey. It has 118 questions. And if any of the listening audience are experiencers and you have some conscious recall of what happened, we would really appreciate it if you would go to MUFON.com and scroll down to Experiencer Survey, 118 questions. I keep saying survey, 118 questions, because there's one called the Experiencer Questionnaire, and that is not the one. That has only 30 questions. But anyway, in those 118 questions, one of them asks if you come from a military family. And so we're going to have those statistics as soon as we get 500 people to participate. We're at about 350 now. Sure. So we need about 150 more, and then we're going to have those statistics. But I can tell you, just from asking people, there are a lot of military people who have contacted me and had these abduction experiences. There's one that I work with on an ongoing basis, and whenever he and his wife were taken, they notify me, and they've collected some evidence, and you have a very interesting story. He's a military officer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's amazing.
Retired.
Well, yeah. Yeah. I don't think if he was active, he would be talking to you, just because of the fact that it would definitely damage his commission.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I maintain confidentiality.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't let people's identity out.
Yeah. Unfortunately, if you call from post or anything in today's climate, if you call from post or even on your cell phone, they are listening. And it does, yeah.
I know. We have a big problem with that today.
Yeah. And, I mean, I actually posted on our website, themidnightocean.com, a way, if you have an iPhone, if you just go there and type in NSA, there are instructions on how to tell if the NSA is listening to your iPhone. Mm-hmm. And it's just it's just scary stuff. It's concerning. I don't want to say scary. I'm not scared of them. It's just concerning, the fact that they're my cell phone IP the network that it connects to and reports back to is at the DoD in Ohio, and we show that. But it's unbelievable. But I was listening to it, and what's really funny is that I grew up in an Air Force family. Mm-hmm. And my parents, both my mother and father, are both alive. Now, my dad doesn't talk about things, but my mother will. And it's amazing how many of our friends, she comes to me and says, these are friends that worked, and one of them worked at the radar station in Oregon, Klamath Falls, Oregon. That's what that base was. It was a forward-looking radar station that monitored, the bears coming over from Russia. And she clearly said that he believed and saw UFOs, that they were no big deal to him. Mm-hmm. And this is a radar operator. So, or I believe that was his MOS, but he was adamant. And I'm finding more and more people who are in the military, friends and stuff that have been in combat, who come back and say, oh yeah, we've seen things, that are just, and I think that's kind of, I would say, normal for the road, in the sense that if I was a supreme being or an intelligent being, obviously that can fly craft interdimensionally or wherever, I would kind of want to go where the action is. And it seems like where battles are and things or over nuclear bases, we're hearing of these stories, the classic and the well-documented story of the nuclear base in Russia, which had its whole nuclear arsenal disabled. Actually, it happened here. We had nuclear warheads in silos that were deactivated. Now, go figure.
And a lot of them.
Yeah, tell me how that works, right? And it's been documented. So, I'm fascinated the correlation between our military and military men and women and their experiences. And I actually think that they're picked for this, because maybe it might be their physicality, their physical nature, the fact that they're the soldiers, and maybe these individuals are saying, hey, look, let's get samples from these individuals, and stuff. But going back to Denise, and her case, so her husband, what did her husband have to say? What was his story?
Well, the same as Denise's, but under hypnosis, they had different experiences. They were both together, but her husband felt that he had found himself in a new environment. He recalled seeing a smooth, dull, reflective ceiling overhead. He sensed a feeling of detachment. He had no idea where his daughter and his wife were. He was waiting and waiting. And then later he felt a heavy pulsation, and he felt cold and heavy. And then his weight returned, and he was clinging to the steering wheel of his vehicle. For Denise, who was the one that they were actually interested in, and we found out later had taken her over and over again, probably since she was a child, she found herself in the valley underneath this craft. And this being who looked familiar to her, this gray, met her there. He was standing beside her, and then they were sort of sucked up into this craft, and she found herself in a darkened, curved hallway, and then there were these little grays about 3 feet tall or so that she referred to as soldiers. She said they're soldiers. They don't move unless they're told to move. They almost blend in with the walls. And then she was escorted down the hallway by one of the taller ones. And during the first hypnosis session, she saw an individual who was waiting at the doorway for her, and she was ready to get out of there and fast, because this is one that she remembered from the time that she was a child, and it really, really frightened her. It was not a gray, it was an insectoid. And so when I'm doing hypnosis, and I don't do it very often anymore, I'm very busy with my writing and my speaking and everything else, but I gave her a safe place to go to, and I told her, if you want to end this right now, we can end it. It wasn't like what Dr. Simon did with Barney, where Barney said, no, I don't want to go on. I always let people end it if they want to, and then feel comfortable, feel safe. It's their choice whether or not they're going to forget about it. And then when they're ready to come back and revisit that, they do. And Denise was ready, a couple of weeks to a month later. And we did another hypnosis session, and where she talked about what happened to her when she was on board. She had a physical examination, and she was given messages. During the physical examination, we believe that they inserted an implant in through her foot and up her leg, and she also had a needle inserted into her navel, and then she was told that humans got to keep some of their experiments, meaning hybrids that looked very human. They said that they were doing no harm, they were just working for a larger program, and that they were watching for changes in our DNA structure that might be caused environmentally, that could lead to the disintegration of our species, and that it was for our survival. After that, she was taken on a tour of the craft, you might say. She was taken to this room that was in the center. It was very, very strange. There was like a catwalk, and there was a kind of a floor underneath this catwalk that seemed to be moving, and it was red. And in the center of this thing that she described, she felt that it was living, that it was like a heart beating, that it had intelligence, and that it controlled this craft, that it was biological. And there was no light in this room. It had a profound impact on Denise. She felt great sadness for this intelligence. But then she was told that it had volunteered, that it was not being forced to do this, and that her body did some very strange things, like she was in a force field, and her limbs started sort of flaying out, and I took her away from that situation, and then it was time for her to leave the craft, and she was taken back down through that hole she had come up through and escorted back to the vehicle, and the next thing they knew, they were on Trout Creek Pass 40 miles away.
Wow. Now, one thing that you said about the gentleman, her husband, you said that he was worried about her and their daughter.
Yes.
So was the daughter with them, or was it just
They have no idea what happened to the daughter. If she was shut off and left in the car. Here she was, 12 years old. Their daughter is handicapped. She has cerebral palsy. And so we have no idea what happened to that daughter during that time frame.
And she hasn't shown any symptomology or discussion, or no discussions or anything.
No memory of that event.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's just, just amazing. And, one thing I've always wondered, obviously, we hear these stories about these needles, and one thing that I could never figure out, and help me get there, maybe you can explain this to me, is that we're dealing with an advanced society, right? What's up with the needles? I mean, there are ways of harvesting DNA unless of course they're doing placenta DNA. I've always wondered about that, is why, if I can go from one interstellar to another, or one galaxy to another galaxy, or from one dimension to another, whatever your belief may be, you would think that they would have technology what do you think about the needles?
I don't know. Would they have technology to be able to extract ova from an ovary? I don't know. I really don't know.
Okay, so that was okay. So that is all right. So that's what they're doing, is that they're extracting, or your hypothesis, or what you think they're doing, is they're extracting ova or eggs.
Yes, that's what I believe.
Okay, that's what you believe. Okay, then that makes sense. Now,
I should say suspect.
Suspect. Now, I guess my question is that type of procedure is pretty invasive in nature.
Yes, it is.
I mean, have you run across anybody that's experienced that, and you can see physical scars, or is there scar tissue on any ovum? Have you done those type, like ultrasounds, or had ultrasounds performed?
There was an experiencer that I was working on with, and she was collecting evidence, and she was taken. And when she was returned, she found some marks on her body. There was something was very. I would have to show it to you, which I can't do. I show it when I lecture.
Sure.
But like a device with different appendages that were coming out, had left indentations in her flesh. There were also 3 long finger marks that had still indented in her flesh. I had the photographs of those, and I have the photograph of her bleeding navel.
Okay. Yeah, because you would think that especially with that, there would be a formation of scar tissue with that procedure. So I'm wondering if one of these abductees would be willing to do an ultrasound or something like that. Well, the ultrasound wouldn't show. I'm just trying to. I'd have to.
Well, I can tell you that women who appear to have been used for this breeding program, when you look at their medical records from their gynecological exams, there is a lot of scar tissue present.
Okay, and that is something that you can't fake.
That's right.
I mean, you can't. I mean, that goes, and that's where I was leading to, is that if you have internal scar tissue, I mean, that's something that I can always say, well, I've woken up where I've had bruisings that are finger marks on my arms and stuff myself, and I come to find out I do it, where I'm sleeping and subconsciously pulling at my skin or whatever and stuff. But when you get into internal injuries, and you reach into regions that you can't reach into, and you show physical evidence. I mean, that right there is, that's interesting. Wow. That's incredible. And you said that so Denise has had these issues for quite a long time, correct?
Yes, she has. She is now 68, but this has been going on periodically. She believes throughout her lifetime. She contributed to this book in the first section, about a third of the book, is about her and her family's experiences. And fascinating. You should have her on the show sometime. She's very articulate, intelligent, and very stable, too. Yeah,
I would love to. I would. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because, I'm fascinated, and I think like most people are fascinated by the whole abduction phenomena, if you want to use that word, because it adds a physicality to everything. It's like, I've always said it. I was talking with Brad Olson, and, he writes the Esoteric series, and we were talking about UFOs and do we believe in them or not, and both him and I both said the same thing about the same time, that until I can actually get inside a craft and crash it as I try to fly it, I'm going to say I want to believe, but until that happens, I can't say that I do believe.
Yes, I mean, you really have to do the kind of job that I do to get down in the trenches and collect that physical evidence. Yeah, and look at those medical records.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, what you do is the physicality. That's like me touching the craft and flying it. You're actually dealing with the physical, the human aspect of it, and experiencing that and gathering that information. So it's incredible. Have you? I'm going to ask this: have you not been abducted, but have you seen a UFO?
Oh, absolutely.
Have you? Oh, you want to share?
I talk about that in Captured, but not by my name, because I ended up writing it in the third person when I asked Dan to write a couple of chapters in my book. But yes, it was back in 1966. My Aunt Betty, my mother, my grandmother, my brother, a family friend, and I saw a UFO near my childhood home. We followed it down to a lake. We watched it over a period of time. It came down to treetop level. It moved away, and we followed it to another section of the lake, got out of the car, and we're looking for it because we couldn't find it by the time we got down there. My mother screamed, and there it was, hovering over the lake, not that far from her. A beam came out toward her, and it wasn't like a light projecting where all of a sudden it's there, she said. It came out slowly toward her. And when she screamed, my brother and I ran to her, and I guess it retracted. I'm not sure what happened. I do know that we got back into the car and decided to get the heck out of there. And my Uncle Barney and my grandfather had remained at home and said that there was a lot of static on the television that night. There was another, I talk about it in the book, a landing on my grandparents' farm. It was witnessed by one of our neighbors who was a commercial pilot, and by my grandmother. It woke her up as it was coming in. She looked out and saw it. It left physical trace evidence on the ground. And then another time that I didn't even write about in the book, I was just outside setting up my telescope. I was a teenager, and there was a craft that came in over my grandparents' farm fairly close, and I was jumping up and down, yelling to my mother, come out here, come out here. She came out, she took one look at it, and she said, get into that house and get away from those windows. So that was it. She was afraid that we might be abducted ourselves, I guess.
Incredible. I mean, that's... And are you finding that most of your abductees that you're talking to, I mean, their family has a history of abduction? So when you go to, the grandmother or the mother, do you find where they say, yeah, I didn't want to share this, but yeah, this is what happened to me? Are you seeing any of that?
Yes, I am. It tends to be generational. Not in everybody. There are some people who are taken only once. But apparently if you have the right stuff, then they want to work with generation after generation and take all of these individuals periodically.
Have you done any kind of genetic testing with these individuals to see what the right stuff or a correlation of the right stuff from a DNA standpoint?
No, I don't have the funding to do that.
Oh.
I would love to do a lot of testing, but there's not a lot of money available to do it with. So I do the best I can on the funds that I make from the sale of my books and from the speaking engagements that I do to fund my research.
I mean, this might be, we actually have a sponsor, and I can't believe I'm going to say this on the air, but there is a sponsor or a organization called 23andMe that wants to sponsor the show, and they do genetic testing. The history of them, though, they have a little dubious. It's the the ex-wife of the Google executive that owns that, and it's 23andMe, and we have the ability to do DNA testing at I think they normally charge about $100 a test for the genetic testing, and we get it at a significant discount. So maybe we can talk about it, because I would, I'm a scientist myself. I'm an engineer, and I'm a facts and figures kind of guy. I like the numbers and the number crunching. So maybe we could talk about that. I would be willing to fund a segment of individuals if you can. I'm sure you can round them up, and if they're willing to do it, and then we can take their markers and try to see if there's a pattern amongst themselves. Mm-hmm. And that's interesting.
That might be interesting.
Yeah, like I said, because there's got to be a correlation between individuals who are constantly. There's a reason, right? I mean, it's not. I don't think they're just picking people randomly.
I think that maybe in the beginning they picked people randomly, and that's why some of them were taken only one time.
Sure.
But if you had whatever it was they were looking for, apparently, you would be taken again and again, generationally.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, how do I say this? I've never had an experience. I would go out in the Gulf, and with our being so close with my Gen 3s, IRs, I would see things flying up there that are not acting like normal aircraft. Mm-hmm. That's the major experience. I did have one where I was flying a Cessna 410. We were flying Chicago. We were coming back from Michigan to Chicago, and we were IFR in the clouds, and something was flying next to us to the point to where we diverted. We made an emergency request and diverted below deck, or got below the clouds, so we can get in a visual. It was enough. Like I said, it was enough to make me concerned that I didn't want to be in the same airspace with it. Mm-hmm. So that was my only experience. But I can only imagine, like I said, the physical nature of the abductees that you talk to and everything. Now, most of your research, if not all of it, is with abductees, correct?
I specialize in two things. One is working with experiencers to investigate that. The other thing is the archival research. I'm very, very interested in the history of government involvement in the investigation of UFOs, the studies they've done, the findings on these studies, the decision to cover it up, and who was involved in the cover-up. And that's what I wrote about in Fact, Fiction, and Flying Saucers with Stanton Friedman. It took us 6 years to compile all of the information for that book.
Yeah. Which, by the way, I was going to tell you, I did receive a copy, but I was told I will be able to read it after. she got it, and she was like, she's just enthralled. But it is funny because she's like, did you know this? Did you? Because with the conspiracy theory, which is my I don't want to say forte anymore, but in my previous life, I was huge into that, and now it only represents maybe about 20% of what we talk about on the show. But it's amazing. So, do you have time? Can we go into some of the government cover-ups, some of the government research that you've uncovered with Stanton in your new book?
Sure.
Let's and so we don't have the last 2 hours. We don't have any breaks. But if you want to take a break, just say, "Hey, Jeff, I want to take a break."
Okay.
And we can do that. Yeah. The radio. Our obligation to the terrestrial radio is over with. After they get us the first 2 hours, and the second 2 hours is kind of bonus. So my question, so what government document have you come across or in your research that makes you go, those dirty dogs?
There is a lot that we discovered. I started my research out not to write this book. I wanted to look into Philip Klass's, who Phil Klass was.
Yep.
I wanted to look into his archival collection at the American Philosophical Society in Philadelphia. So I started making trips up there. I'd stay 2 or 3 days each time and take home as many documents as I could and go over them. And I found some really fascinating information there. I was originally looking for, he gave my Aunt Betty a really hard time and was one of the main sources of disinformation about her case. I wanted to see if I could find evidence that he worked for one of those 3-letter agencies. And I couldn't find definitive evidence in terms of a paycheck or any statement that he made about being employed there. In fact, he denied it. A lot of people accused him of it, and he denied it. But I don't know what motivated him to spend almost all of his free time disinforming the public about UFOs. He was the go-to guy for the mainstream media. Yeah. So, that kind of got me started. And then I discovered that in his archival records, that correspondence files and reports that he had made, there was a tremendous amount of information about every significant UFO sighting or abduction in the time frame where he was working on disinformation. And I've discovered that he really knew a lot of factual information, but he didn't state what was factual. He invented, really speculated about what it might have been, and completely distorted the facts when he had the facts. So that was really surprising. I went back into the early 1940s in my research to find out when the government first became interested in this research, and it was around the mid-1940s when, first of all, there were the Foo Fighters in Europe during World War II, but that was only phenomena. That wasn't anything solid. But they became interested in solid craft, in flying discs, back in the mid-40s in Europe. And then things started happening here with, in the mid to late 40s, with many, many sighting reports. Starting out, the big one was the Kenneth Arnold case, up in the Cascade Mountains in Washington, when he was looking for a downed Marine C-46 transport plane, and saw these 9 objects. One of them was like crescent-shaped, and the others were sort of disc-shaped. And it was quite an extraordinary sighting that he had. And he later calculated that the speed was almost 1,700 miles per hour, almost 3 times as fast as any plane could fly in that time period. And I was interested in that case and how the government covered that up, saying that it not to worry, it was only weather phenomena. That's what they told the public. And then, of course, there was Roswell and that cover-up that I'm sure everybody is familiar with. And then I wanted to look into the archival documents that the government had. When did they begin their study? What was their assessment on this? And I found that in 1947, in September, only a couple of months after that Roswell crash, the Air Materiel Command had offered an opinion concerning flying discs. And they had done a really intensive study of all of the flying discs that had been reported by military men, pilots, and they discovered that they were real and not visionary, that they approximated the size of man-made aircraft. They had extreme rates of climb and maneuverability. They appeared to be metallic or light reflecting, circular, flat on the bottom, domed on the top. You know, a lot of those early documents have been challenged. Were they real or did somebody simply create them? But I can tell you that the document pertaining to that is on page 894 of the Condon Report. The letter was signed by Lieutenant General Nathan Twining in that time frame. So that was an important document that they were really studying this and taking it seriously. Yeah. They then moved on to Project Sign, which started in December of 1947, where they evaluated 243 cases. And at the end of Project Sign, they favored the extraterrestrial hypothesis. But when they sent that off, the military general said, well, where's the hardware? Where's the evidence of all of this? And that's what they said. Well, obviously there must have been evidence from Roswell, but there's something about classification. No. And that is, if it is top secret or above top secret, anyone that does not have that classification and a need to know cannot have that information. Now, I don't know if they simply decided to cover it up when they opened up Project Grudge or not. That was in February of 1949. Project Sign had been very well organized, very well investigated, but only 2 lower-ranking officers remained in 1949. And what they did is their task was to assign simple scientific explanations to the reports that Project Sign had evaluated but couldn't explain. And if they couldn't think of anything else through deductive reasoning, then they just called them psychological. When that closed, it finally became Project Blue Book in 1952, headed up by Captain Edward Ruppelt. And by that time, they'd investigated 1,593 cases. And they had actually categorized them as balloons, aircraft, astronautical bodies, hoaxes, insufficient data, and they also had an other category. But in the end, a significant 26.94% fit into the unknown category after every other explanation had been examined and they tried to fit it into it. It just did not fit. But the CIA got involved in all of this. They became involved in 1951. And they, first of all, took a good look at it. I had the CIA documents from that time frame, and they, too, were beginning to believe that this might be real, but they were concerned about national security because they thought that, it was during the time of the Cold War.
Yep.
And if there were Russian sympathizers, Soviet sympathizers in the United States, then they might pull a flying saucer hoax, clog up the phone lines during a preemptive strike by the Soviet Union. And they thought, well, we probably need to cover this up and remove public interest from this. So, they formed the Robertson panel that did exactly that. All of the details are in the book. But it's something I found very, very interesting is I wanted to know how Professor Dr. Donald Menzel, who was a Harvard astrophysicist, became involved in all of this. I found him everywhere. He was at Wright-Patterson Air Force. He was down at Alamogordo. He was working on these government projects and military projects. And he was instrumental in the cover-up. And in fact, I found documents from a meeting he had attended at the Pentagon in May of 1952 with the military, with the Air Force. And he walked in and he told them that he had solved their problem. He had used a few elementary experiments using liquids of different densities, and he could just explain away for them anything that they couldn't explain. And so the military officers were not very happy about this. They said, well, why do you think that your simple experiments prove anything? And so then he said, well, they're all hoaxes anyway. And the guys in the Air Force said, no, you're wrong. Only 2% of our cases ended up being hoaxes. And so he's getting a little hot under the collar at that time. And he said, well, I've written a couple of debunking articles, one for a Time magazine and one for Look, and I would like your endorsement. And the military officers, in fact, the General William Garland, said, we're not going to blindly endorse anything you write. And Menzel blew his stack and stormed out of the office. But before he did, he said, well, I'd like to become an unpaid volunteer for Project Blue Book. So his idea was he wanted to debunk all of it.
He wanted, yeah.
And Dr. Alan Hynek was working on it at the time. Stan Friedman will tell you his story about going to Donald Menzel's archival collection at Harvard University, where he worked. And Stan had to have permission from 3 individuals, one of them being Menzel's wife. He was able to obtain permission. And as he was reading through Menzel's documents, he found correspondence between him and John F. Kennedy, in which he told Kennedy that he could speak with him on a certain thing that Kennedy was interested in when they were properly cleared. And Stan said, what? A security clearance? And then he found the information he was looking for. Donald Menzel had worked for the National Security Agency, the NSA, for a very long period of time.
Oh, so wait, so Kennedy said, I can speak with you once you're cleared, or did Menzel told Kennedy?
Menzel said to Kennedy. Once we're properly cleared, I can give you this information.
Well, and you know what? I believe that because the fact just today in the latest WikiLeaks dump today, I don't know if you saw it yet, but the FBI in their investigation of the email system, in their investigation, they clearly say that there's a secret government within the State Department. Mm-hmm. The FBI, and for those that are out there listening, it was dumped today in the WikiLeaks notes and the memos that are going back and forth. They were like, you have to get permission from the other government within the State Department because there's another. And so I could see, so obviously this is a culture that's been around for a while because they're talking about it openly within certain, obviously they're not talking about it openly with us, but in inner memos amongst each other, they're definitely talking about it openly.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just crazy. And of course, for those who don't know, I mean, Richard Doty. I mean, I can see where the Air Force is like, don't take our UFOs away. Because, they use, and let's be real, I mean, they use the UFO as a cover story for a lot of different programs. Mm-hmm. And Richard Doty was part of that, with Paul Benowitz and what he did and what the government did to Paul Benowitz. And I don't know if our listeners know this or not, but with Doty and Paul Benowitz was a highly successful aerospace engineer, pilot, and he had contracts with the United States government and was doing work with them. And he saw some strange lights over the airbase there from his house. And so the government put Richard Doty on. He was office of, I think he was OIG. But basically they made Paul Benowitz, they created UFO crash sites, the government did, and flew Benowitz over it and said, yeah, we want to let you know, we're going to let you in on the secret. And the secret is yes, we've been working with UFOs and aliens for a long time. And they basically sucked Paul into it. And I think there was a documentary made not too long ago about that whole, I think it's called, let me look, it's Mirage Men, I believe is what it's called. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mirage Men. And
wherever you find documented information, you will also find a paper trail of disinformation after that.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, they throw noise. It's noise. It's clearly 100% noise.
We wrote about some cases of that in our book, Fact, Fiction, and Flying Saucers, that you will read about as soon as your wife is finished.
Yeah, she took it. It was funny because it came in the mail. Well, I have the ebook. But it came in, and she was like, I'm reading this one. And then so and I'm like, well, pull out the good parts and everything. And so she's like, did you know that? She goes, oh, you're going to love this book. Did you know this? Did you know that? And I wanted to hear it from you because I think it's important that that people understand that there is a conscious, cognitive program that our government, amongst various agencies, where they are throwing out disinformation. And, my thing is that if it's not true, why do you have to have disinformation?
Yes, and Stan and I found documents that have never been published, information that has never been published, wow. A coterie of individuals who were all working to remove public interest from the topic of UFOs and particularly scientific interest. And they were very successful at doing that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I know you go to a major university now and you tell them that you believe in UFOs, you'll never get I've talked to professors who will tell you that's the quickest way of not getting tenured is, talking about UFOs or any other paranormal, i.e., spiritual in nature as
yes.
well. Yeah.
Yes, I know some of them who were not, did not advance in the careers as well as they could have if they were interested in a different topic.
Yep. Which is crazy because I think the last poll is that I think over 70% of Americans believe in UFOs.
Yes, and there were polls done earlier on with university professors, and they found that there were a high level of professors in the field of science who actually had looked into this and believed that UFOs were real. But guess who didn't believe it was real? The psychologists.
Yeah. Yeah. And why is that, though? Why do you believe it is the psychologists that don't believe?
I really don't know. Maybe they simply haven't examined the evidence. Maybe they're too quick to come up with a psychological explanation. I know that after the Condon committee met, and they actually did find some pretty good evidence that UFOs were real, and Edward Condon came forth and at the end, and when he wrote the report, made a stupid statement like, we can't expect intelligent life from elsewhere to come to our planet for the next 10,000 years, he said. Yeah. And so that went to the National Academy of Sciences. The plan was to remove all funding for the scientific study of UFOs, but to provide funding for social scientists to study the individuals who were reporting UFOs.
Yeah. See, which I find
quite interesting.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I find that funny because if I would have to go into his office and look for his astrophysics degree or his physics degree before he makes that statement, and of all people who who would be saying that the study is not a science of UFOs is not a science. I mean, come on.
Well, Dr. Condon himself was a physicist, had held some very high positions in federal programs, and had actually lost his security clearance a couple of times too, because he couldn't understand or objected to the idea of working under security for the scientific development of projects that he was working on. He thought that information should be shared. He didn't understand that you couldn't tell your friends without telling your enemies at the same time. So he was in a little hot water over all of that early on. But when he took that project on, he was doing the bidding, I think, for the Air Force. The evidence is in the book that Stanton and I wrote.
James wrote.
And in a follow-up study, a year later, the American Institute for Aeronautics and Astronautics examined the cases that the Condon Committee had examined and discovered that 30% of those cases fit into the unknown category, and therefore should have been enough evidence to do just the opposite of what Condon asked the American Academy of Sciences to do.
Wow. And out of those cases, so you have 30%. So do you roughly have a number of the total cases that were reviewed?
Well, in depth, they reviewed 65 cases, and then they reviewed, I think it was something like 117. I'm speaking off the top of my head, but in less detail.
So out of those, you're looking at 30%, so 100. You're looking at about 30, 35 cases, almost 40 cases. Mm-hmm. That's a pretty significant number if you think about it.
Mm-hmm. There were some very good cases there. One of them was the Lonnie Zamora case. But I found evidence that they started out their study really scientifically. investigating these cases, investigating the evidence. And then in January of 1966, they met with Air Force officers who wanted them to handle the project differently. They didn't want them to use the older, more significant cases. They wanted them to focus on only new cases. And in any year, it's hard to get a lot of really significant cases.
Yeah.
You're lucky if you get one a year. So they ended up having to focus on cases that were less significant.
Yeah. Well, I think just recently, I think the most, I'm thinking recent history. So you have the Arizona lights, right? The Phoenix lights.
Yes.
The Stevenson UFO.
Yes, Stevensville. And that's really from a significant, mainstream hitting news UFO cases. We've had a couple instances here in Florida just recently, but I don't think MUFON has done anything with those just yet, or there hasn't been any. But I think those are, can you think of any other that are significant in nature? Yes, there was the one over O'Hare Airport.
Oh, that's right, with the baggage claim. You are correct. I remember that. And
that was the second sighting over O'Hare I found as I was doing my research for the book.
I did not know that.
Pretty amazing.
I did not know that. Yeah, so for people that don't know, the baggage claim, there was a UFO that actually literally parked itself over O'Hare. And the baggage claim, there was baggage claim people that actually got it on video on their cell phones. Mm-hmm. But it was enough. Didn't they shut the airport down? I was living in Chicago when that happened.
Were you?
Yeah.
Wow.
I remember it. I'm glad you. But they talked it off. They said that it was locally they said it was because of the president was there.
and then they said it was a punch hole cloud. Yeah. That, they were looking at. So the meteorologists who actually studied the weather conditions that day said that the weather conditions were not right. It could not have been a punch hole cloud.
Yeah. I remember that. And, it was, and I guess most of the people in Chicago just took the president one because we would see a lot of America. My first drone that I ever saw was flying over Chicago. Mm-hmm. We had drones circling downtown Chicago all the time when the president was in town, which was just, like I said, that was the first one. And that was kind of ominous in nature and everything. Did you do any kind of investigation on the Phoenix Lights yourself personally?
Well, I have not personally been there although I've been in Phoenix. I've talked to Lynn Kitai, Dr. Lynn Kitai, and some other people who were there that night. I've spoken to Phoenix MUFON, and I've spoken at the International UFO Congress Conference in Phoenix a couple of times. I go every year, and I'm going to be speaking there in February of 2017. Stan Friedman and I will both be there lecturing. So, yes, I have talked to people. I've read a lot of reports on it. I've read the former governor, Fife Symington's initial statements. He had held a press conference where he tried to alleviate any anxiety the public might have by dressing up
as an alien.
One of his I can't remember how he was released. It wasn't an aide. It was more a higher level position. But the man dressed up as an alien and came out on the stage. But then 10 years later, Fife Symington came clean and confessed that he had seen it, that he had been a pilot in the military, that that it was not flares as the government later claimed, that many other people had seen it too, that behind those lights there was sort of a carpenter's square or V-shaped craft It was seen all the way from northern Arizona down toward the outskirts of Tucson. So this was seen by thousands of people because they were out that night looking for the Hale-Bopp comet. And instead they see this huge craft sort of hanging in the sky over Phoenix. And then it started at about 7:30, and the flares were dropped much later that night.
Yeah. Well, I think that, the flares were. I mean, and these things just appeared. I've seen the videos myself, and they appear to light up all in sequence, which is, if you shoot flares off, I mean, that's kind of hard to do, to get them to line up. Well, I don't want to say in sequence, but in a pattern.
Yes. And to remain in a pattern for that many hours. Flares last for about 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, the gravity.
They're attached to a parachute.
Yeah.
They're bright. They come down and they land on the ground.
Yeah. See, I actually had a friend of mine who is in aerospace, and the aerospace, a lot of the guys in the aerospace industry were saying that they were, basically it was a marker, like an arrow that was marking, they were testing a ramjet. And I've heard, I don't know if you heard that theory.
It was silent.
Well, those weren't flares. Yeah, I mean, my question is how they light it up and keep it up there, but the actual arrow, because of the way it was, like you said, it was like a carpenter square. It was kind of like an arrow pointing, some vehicle. I mean, there was obviously something going on, but the reason why it was in a carpenter shape was basically it was a signpost, like an arrow, so that something that was coming into the atmosphere could see and kind of, direct or fly towards. And I don't think it changed. I'm kind of curious on if that was the hypothesis that people are throwing out there, where was it pointing to? Where did the leading edge, when you drew a line off the leading edges, where did they point to? If it was pointing to, New Mexico or out into the desert or whatever.
I don't know the answer to that question, but I do know that it headed south toward Tucson, and the leading edge, the point, had one red light, and then I believe there were two, I think it was two red lights on each side of the V, or the carpenter's square, the arms on that thing.
Sure. And that's why, like I said, I have some aerospace buddies who said that was, they were testing a ramjet, and they were pointing, but of course I said, prove it. Show me the documentation, right? And of course no one can. And of course the Stevenson UFO, which I actually read that extensively, and that is incredible. The radar data on that case is I mean, just intense. Mm-hmm. We actually put the MUFON, we got hold of the MUFON documents, and we have those listed on our site as well. And I spent the time reading through the signaling data of the radar information, and it's just, to me, that's your physical. Everybody says, well, why don't we have more radar data? Why don't we have more radar information? Well, that case is a classic. Mm-hmm. I mean, the radar data there is you can't refute it. And that actually, Ken Cherry was on the show, and he provided that information to us.
Yes, MUFON did a very good job on that case.
They did. But, one of the things that Ken, you might want to listen to, because Ken, how do I say this? Do you, and if you can't answer it, you say no comment, say no comment. Around a lot of us, I want to say civilians, I'm going to say us people that are not part of MUFON, get a feeling that MUFON is kind of in league with the government and different agencies now, that they're actually slowing up the release of data. And I know that puts you in an awkward position if you say, I'm not going to answer that, Jeff. You just put me in an awkward position. I get it. But do you sense that? Do you sense that MUFON is getting to the point now to where it's either because of their size and the type of work that MUFON does that's slowing down the delivery of this information? Are they just being diligent, or are they kind of clearing it with different agencies before they release it?
They're not clearing it with different agencies. Okay. Jan Harzan is the director of MUFON. I've known him for many, many years. Okay. And occasionally we'll discover that somebody is in MUFON who does not have MUFON's best interest in mind. And when we discover that person, they are no longer a member of MUFON. We reserve the right to fire anybody, to remove them as members. And, our investigators are just working men and women who spend their free time investigating. They're volunteer investigators. Almost all of us are volunteers at MUFON. And we just do this because we're committed to learning the truth and documenting it and finding the evidence. And so these people work very hard. They're trained. They use their own money to do these investigations. And, the government is not funding anything.
That's good to hear, because I've heard that criticism from individuals saying, well, they're, before they release, like on the Stevenson, we talked about, I guess one of the original radar analysts that came in, he left under mysterious, and then there was another one that came in, and this guy was kind of, from what Ken was saying, was kind of, I don't want to say flippant, but not too, I don't know, didn't really give it any credence what happened in Stevensville, Texas. And it was just kind of like, oh, okay, whatever. And that kind of because obviously when you're working on a case that big, I would think if I was asked to work on a case that big, and that was on national news, and, Larry King talked about it, it was all over the place, I would be excited to be part of that investigation team. And I guess the first radar guy left, and then the second radar guy that was on it was kind of, like I said, he had an air about him that was kind of flippant towards it all. And we don't always have, as I said, honest working men and women. Sometimes we find people who are there for the wrong reasons. Yeah. To get inside. Well, the government, let's face it, we live in a government in which they listen and infiltrate everything we do. That's unfortunately, I don't think you can, this is really bad, but not too far away from us, there was the poker, the grannies. A lot of people outside of the state of Florida don't know this, but there was the grandmothers there that got all arrested for having they would get together and have their little poker game on Friday. And the government infiltrate. They actually had federal. Did you hear about that? You haven't heard?
No.
It's hilarious. It's not at the Villages, but it's at a retirement home facility in Florida, just like that. And the ATF actually infiltrated. And it was funny because you got all these older retired people, and they're like, they didn't have to they could have just showed up. But they did the whole, they had people in there, and they were, they're running a gambling ring. And
that is a riot.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Somebody turned them in, I bet.
That's exactly what happened. Someone did turn them in. A disgruntled person turned them in, and but they were playing penny ante poker. Or whatever.
That's incredible.
But I guess the funny thing that was hilarious about it is that the they had the huge they come storming in, and it was just crazy. And they had undercover. I can't imagine, who they had to pull out of retirement, to be undercover ATF agents at this penny ante poker game. And it's just amazing.
That's going a bit overboard.
It is. It is. So, Kathleen, I think we're at the point that I always ask: is there anything that we left out? Anything you want to cover? Once again, tell people how they can reach you and get your book, your series of books and such?
Okay, yeah, I'd be happy to do that. My books are Captured, the Betty and Barney Hill UFO Experience. The next one is Science Was Wrong, and those were both co-written with Stanton Friedman. And then I wrote the Alien-Abduction Files with Denise Stoner. It is 6 cases of alien abduction that I've personally investigated. Mm-hmm. And the results of a commonality study on experiencers that Denise and I did way back in 2012. And then Fact, Fiction, and Flying Saucers, the latest book. And if you go to my website, you can purchase any of my books. And also the new movie, Travis, that was produced by Jennifer Stein. It's an award-winning movie. It's made... it's won many, many awards, and that is available. I am in that movie as an expert witness, and so are Rich Dolan, Stanton Friedman. There are interviews with everyone who was on the logging crew with Travis that night, with police officers who were involved in the case, so on and so forth. You can, if you go to my website, you can get my autograph on any book that you buy.
Oh, awesome!
If you want to just go to Amazon or Barnes and Noble, the books are available in as books, as ebooks, and as audiobooks as well. So a variety of different formats. My website also has several articles that I've written that you can read at no cost, and it tells you where I'm going to be speaking next. And that's coming right up in in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the weekend before Thanksgiving.
Wow, yeah. I know that, like, I think Travis is actually at that Halloween with Thom this
Yes,
weekend.
I spoke to Travis tonight on the telephone.
Oh, wow.
And he's up there now.
Hey, I'm going to extend this, Kathleen, and I do apologize that we had so many hiccups. That's not how I like to do things, but anybody that you, like an abductee or anybody that would like to share their story, please pass them on, because I think our format allows individuals, and because we don't commercialize everything, allows them to have the time and the opportunity to say their, to tell their stories. And so if Travis, I know Thom was going to talk to him, but Travis and stuff, and if, or anybody that would love to share their story, their experience, please pass them on to us, because our audience is just fascinated. I can tell you this whole thing about alien abduction is pretty much one of the number one subject areas that the audience asks for. Mm-hmm. That and flat Earth. They love the flat Earth. Maybe we can get some aliens to take them up into the spaceship and kind of fly them around and let them know that the Earth is round.
And I have to say, I actually did write about my investigation of Tom and Matthew Reed's case, and that is in the Alien Abduction Files. That's one of the 6 abduction cases that I talk about.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. See, I have to get that one. Like I said, I have the Fact and Fiction, and I'll tell you, it has to be wonderfully written, because Sandy and I have known each other since high school. We went to English class together, and I was the guy that always had to read the books and explain to her. And I'm not putting her down, because it's a running joke in our family. And this one here, she's all over it. She's like, nope, I'm reading it, and when I get done with it, and it's just amazing. And
when I write, I like to tell a story that will interest people. I put a lot of facts in, a lot of factual information, footnotes, the links where you can go to find more information. But I'm not a boring writer. I like to keep people reading, and that's one thing that people say to me, that they can't put my books down. Yeah.
Well, like I said, that's a huge endorsement. The fact that, like I said, Sandy she's like, no. And it's funny because she'll be like, did you know, like, did you know this? And she'll start, running off things and stuff. I'm like, no, I didn't know that. She's, yeah, it's right here in the book. Here, look. And she's showing me and everything. But no, it's just
that's a big compliment.
No, it is, especially from her, because it's funny when I go do Sandy, how do they say, opposites do attract? And I am the guy that's out there, and she is the grounded one. She's the one that is very, very grounded in the sense of, it's funny because you ask her and she'll tell you, she goes, all I know is that this bill's due today or I got to go grocery shopping. I don't think, she doesn't think about the esoteric stuff and stuff. So we balance each other off, greatly and everything. So, and of course, everybody that's listening to this, we do have links to all of the books, all of Kathleen's books here on her author's page and her guest page tonight, including the link to her website. And if you want to reach out to Kathleen, the best way to do that is to probably go to her website, and there is a contact button, and you can share your story and also the questionnaire, the abduction questionnaire that you have.
Yes.
That's
and let me say this too. If you are an experiencer, I give the link on my website to the Experiencer Questionnaire, MUFON's. I am the head of MUFON's Experiencer Research Team, the director of that, and I have a whole team of individuals who will speak with experiencers. If you're looking for somebody to talk to who is a non-judgmental listener, if you're looking for a support group, if you're looking for a hypnotherapist or a hypnotist that you can see, my team specializes in that. And so just take that 30-question questionnaire and it will link you up with a person on my team that you can speak with.
I'm going to fill it out. Have you worked with Laura McDonald?
I know her.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm working with her. All right. So I'm going to share this with you and you tell me. She was on the show. I had an experience. So she was on the show and we talked about abductions and she, gave the story and her regression therapy. Mm-hmm. I have a Great Pyrenees. And I don't know if you know that these are big dogs. They're about 140. Buddy is about 140 to 160 pounds, depending. Well, he's in Florida, so he's in great shape. So now he's down to about 140. He's watching his weight. And he is a type of dog. It's so funny when we take him to the kennel, when we go on vacation or whatever, we joke because I say, well, when does he eat? And we tell the kennel people, it's like, he'll let you know. Mm-hmm. You can set your watch by him. He expects to be fed at 7 a.m., 12 p.m., and 4 p.m. every day. And you can literally set your clock within 15 minutes of that. You can set your clock by him. We don't have an alarm in our house. We don't need one because at 7 o'clock, he is sitting there by the bed looking at you because he's big enough that he can look over these are massive dogs. Mm-hmm. And he looks at you and he will bark at you. And he will do that until you get out of bed and you feed him. Mm-hmm. And he doesn't want to go to the bathroom. He doesn't want to do anything. He will bark until he gets fed. So Laura was on the show that night and we talked about abductions and everything and the dreams that people have and with her regression and stuff. So Sandy was gone. She went to her mom and dad's who live over in Ormond Beach on the other side, and she was visiting them. So it was the guy weekend, right? I had Buddy and me. Mm-hmm. I always, like I said, we don't have alarm clocks here in the house. I always wake up. I do the show. I go to bed at 4. I'm always up no later than 10. Sandy usually deals with the dog. Anyways. So I wake up at 10 o'clock and then I go on with the rest of my day. But on that Saturday, I was concerned because I'm like, yeah, Buddy's going to wake me up at 7. So I actually tried to stay up. I couldn't. I actually fell asleep at 4. I wake up. I literally wake up. I ask I asked our Alexa, which is our, the Amazon thing. I'm like, what time is it? And it was like 2:00. Literally 2:00. So I slept that whole time, and I'm like, what the heck? And so I'm like, oh no, buddy's pissed. He's going to be mad at me and stuff. So I go walking through the house, and I'm looking for Buddy. And I had a strange dream too, by the way, during that. And I'll share that. But I go walking through the house, and I'm looking for Buddy, and he's laying in the other room. Literally, I had to, I want to say, gently nudge it, like he just came out of surgery. He was like completely out. And I'm like, hey, Buddy. And he didn't move or anything. I'm like, hey, Buddy. So finally, I kind of like nudge him with my foot, and he kind of lifts his head up like he was in surgery, and he's real droggy. And then he puts his head back down, and he falls back asleep. And I'm like, come on, Buddy, let's get. So I was worried about him. So I laid down next to him. And I'm like, are you okay? And then about 30 minutes later, he finally like woke up. It was the weirdest thing. It was like he was drugged under surgery. Well, that night, the dream, I told you that, I had a dream. That night, I dreamt that I contracted anthrax.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, this is weird. I contracted anthrax, and I was put into make a long story short, was put into like a chem bag, like one of those bio bags, and then whisked off in the classic, you see the lights going over your eyes and stuff. And that's all I remember the dream. So I was talking with Laura about it. I'm like, I would think that was just, because of what we were talking about, right? You put that image in people's head, because that was the classic. But I can't explain why my dog was drugged. Mm-hmm. And Laura was like, we need to work on this. Mm-hmm. And I'm just throwing it out. I mean, what do you think? Are these the type of stories that you hear from people?
Oh, gosh, there's not a whole lot of evidence. What I would do is I teach people what to look for. Sure. And my team does too. So, I mean, if you're having something like this, and you need to look to see if it really is significant. Okay. So what I say to people is, well, if you have any kind of memories at all, write those memories down immediately.
I did. I woke up and I immediately texted before I went. I kind of left that out. I immediately text Laura. I said, I cannot believe the dream that I had. I mean, immediately when I woke up, and I texted her right away. I said, I cannot believe the dream I had. I explained it to her, blah, 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 blah. And then I went and got Buddy looking for him. And then I reported back to her. I'm like, yeah, I just had to lay down with my dog. It was like he had surgery and he was doped up. Uh-huh. He was knocked out too. So yeah, I did that immediately.
We also have people do things like, let me think. If you have a black light, check out your body, check out your clothing, check out your bedding, because a lot of times it will fluoresce under a black light if you have been taken to a craft and returned. And because there are other things that will fluoresce too. If you, like certain oils will, certain lotions, joint compound fluoresces under a black light, urine fluoresces under a black light, spots. But a lot of experiences will find patterned marks on their body. So, look for that. Go into a dark room with your black light. If you have that, photograph it.
Sure.
And we can tell the difference between a hoax and the real thing. Oh,
yeah. No, that's good. I never really thought about this, but I have a Geiger counter. I never thought about pulling out the Geiger counter out of my go bag and checking with it. That is okay.
Check, with a Geiger counter. Look for any unusual marks on your body, not puncture wounds, but if you've had this experience, you might find a highly unusual mark in a very strange place that it wasn't there the day before, and photograph it.
Yeah.
If you're trying to collect evidence, there are a number of different things you can do. If this is happening on a fairly regular basis and you know that it's happening, you could put a security camera, motion-activated security camera, in your bedroom, or a trail camera.
Sure.
Or, I even have some experiencers who really get into this, and they put cameras outside their houses, inside their houses, looking for evidence. There are a lot of different things that you can do.
Yeah, like I said, I would have just passed it off as just, hey, look, exhaustion, whatever. But the fact that my dog was the way that he was, and it could have been too, here's the science, I'm thinking of going through all the reasons. It could have been that he was just, maybe he got wore out. I just didn't hear him because I was asleep, and he did bark at me, and he wore himself out. And just, that was it. But I will tell you this, we do have a listener, and maybe you can help us with this offline, because I'm trying to get a film crew up. She's in the group, she's Debbie in Seattle, and she calls in every night. Every night she has 2 craft, maybe 3 craft. She's in the woods in Seattle that hover over her house. I mean, and it's like clockwork. She will get in the chat room. She's like, they're here again. And I got a buddy of mine who is in the movie business, and I reached out to him, and he's got a couple cinematographer, photo guys, and we're trying to arrange. But I'm wondering if we should probably set up a meeting with her and MUFON there in Seattle.
Well, that would be a good thing for her to make a report.
Yeah.
To MUFON and have that investigated. If it's happening every night, maybe the MUFON field investigator will go out and take a look.
Yeah,
and,
I was just,
does she have photographic evidence?
Well, she just said, she's in the chat room. She says, I woken up with broken nails, scoop marks, broken jewelry, bruises, scratches. And so that's what we'll do, because I'm trying to get this photography group out there, but I bet you MUFON would be the best way, because they know what they're looking for and they have the equipment.
We also have an experiencer support group out there in Seattle.
Wow.
And 2 members of MUFON's experiencer research team run the group.
Wow. Okay.
So there's a lot of help for people in the Seattle area.
Yeah. Oh, let me. Yeah, I'm going to put.
And what she should do is, if she's an experiencer, go to what we like to have people do first is go to on the MUFON website at MUFON.com to the front page, and scroll down to the experiencer questionnaire, 30 questions. Answer that. Get in touch. That will put you in touch with a field investigator. She will send me her name. I'll make sure that it's one of those people on my team who lives in Seattle who will speak with her, and get that going. And then if she has evidence and they want to do a full-scale investigation, then that can happen too. But by doing that, by letting me know who she is so we can look for her questionnaire to begin with, then we can put her in the right place, because we have people all over the country who are assigned randomly for my team. So it's best to get somebody who lives near her.
Okay. I just actually put it into the Skype for you.
Okay.
And that way and then she says, okay, I will. She's actually in a chat room there, and she said that she'll do that, but I gave you your name so you can be looking out for it. And,
okay.
You know what, though, which is real, Debbie, you need to go out to MUFON.com right now. They have a slide, or they're having a video slide, and one of the images that it's case number 74282. It looks just like what you described on the air. That is crazy. That is insane. What she described on the air is this thing that has like the two ends, and is like real narrow or skinny in the middle. That's insane. So, all right. So, Debbie, get out the MUFON. Take a look at that.
Kind of like a barbell?
Yeah, it looks like a barbell. Well, she says it looks more like a drone where it has 4 appendages, more so. But this, I think, take a look at it, Debbie, and let us know and stuff. So, yeah, there you go. I didn't even think about it. Here I am. I'm talking to a MUFON representative, and I didn't even think about, she says like forks. So, but yeah, Debbie, make your report to MUFON. And now talking with Kathleen, I can in good conscience recommend you go to MUFON and do that.
Answer the questionnaire, not to report a UFO yet.
Yeah,
go to the experiencer questionnaire.
The experiencer questionnaire. Yep.
30 questions.
That is cool. And anybody out there, who knows, right? Mm-hmm. Who knows? Did you see that UFO in Florida not too long ago that they videotaped?
No, I didn't.
The funny lights?
No, I did not see that.
That was incredible. I saw it. That one was one of those cases where I saw it and I said, either someone did a heck of a job or this is real. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's and very rarely, most of the videos I see out there, obviously in YouTube, I'm like, that's CGI. This one here is where they took it with their phone. And there's not a whole lot of CGI you can do with a phone, right? Mm-hmm. And they took it with a phone, and it's a very bright light, going across the sky in Florida. Brad asked me about it. He actually called me and said, "Hey, did you see that UFO that went across Florida, the state of?" I mean, it literally, they said it went across the whole state, and I didn't see it. So,
MUFON receives. Of saucer or craft sightings, they receive around 600 to 1,000 reports a month.
Yeah.
It's a lot. So, I mean, I don't hear about those reports unless they're in the MUFON Journal.
Yeah. I'll put the calendar or the sighting map up on the show every once in a while to show people where they're at. So. All right. So now that I talk, see, you told us a great story, great experience, great stories and stuff about what you're doing, your book, but you also put my faith back into MUFON. I'm glad
I'm glad I did that because it really is a good organization. I wouldn't be in it if it wasn't. I've been a member since 1991. There have been times when I decided not to be active in the organization because I didn't like the direction it was taken. But, boy, it is very, very good under Jan Harzan's direction, and good things are happening.
See, I trust you because I've seen your research and everything, so that's good. Then I will definitely participate and do what I can do to help out. So I'll get out there as well. So. Well, Kathleen, I appreciate. I'm so sorry. It started out rough, but
things happen. I'm always prepared for anything. I have to tell you, after doing this for so many years, it doesn't work 100% all of the time.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. And like I said, you get especially in broadcasting, you get in a rhythm. Mm-hmm. And if that rhythm gets disrupted, but it's like a good friend of mine said that's what makes a good baseball player and a bad anybody can catch and hit a ball. It's when you have to catch and hit the ball is what makes you a major league baseball player. Mm-hmm. And in my case, I having to recoup. So, but we'll get there. We're learning as we go, and we're getting better every day. And I do apologize that it started out kind of slow, but we picked it up. It's how we finish, right, is what matters. Yes. And I think we finished very well. A lot of information. Oh, my goodness. I got so much to digest. I'm going to have to rip a book. I'm going to start a family fight. No, do you know what it is? I'll read the ebook because I did get the ebook. I have it on my Samsung.
Okay,
and
great.
We'll get going there.
And there doesn't have to be a family fight.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. But I'm just so glad. I am so glad that she. Look, I'm telling you, and then I'm going to get in trouble for saying this because she does listen to the show. I'm so glad that she's reading a book. I'm just so happy. It was funny. We were talking about we're getting disconnected here at the Norton House. In other words, we're disconnecting all of the mainstream media because we're just tired of all the crap. Mm-hmm. So that means basically all the TVs have been turned off, and no more cable or anything like that. We're not giving them access to our brains anymore that way. And mm-hmm. Sandy and I were both sitting there, and she's like, "Well, what do we do now?" And I'm like, "Read a book." And
you can learn a lot more from a book than you can from the craziness on television.
Yes. Well, the only thing I watch on TV is on History Channel. They have the Ancient Alien series.
I watch that sometimes too.
Yeah, I watch. That's my go-to.
I really enjoyed MUFON's Hangar 1.
Yeah, what happened?
That was an excellent show, and then it was pulled, and I don't even know why. It was a popular show.
There was, hold on, I can tell you because I actually saw a video on it today. The gentleman who was the main guy there, the main investigator. He I don't know. Oh, I can't think of his name, but he's like one of the main UFO guys. It was not an issue of money or anything like that. Oh, it was an issue of I heard it on a radio show. It was an issue of how many of the segments was the TV station going to buy. They only wanted 23. Mm-hmm. The station only wanted to buy 23, 13, and they wanted them to buy 23 for the commitment, because obviously to put a production together like that, 13 is not enough of a commitment to invest that type of money, especially in a show that you have to travel and do all the remote locations and stuff like that. That's what happened with that. Actually, I heard that today on a radio show that they were talking about that, and the reason why is because the station would not, or the network would not agree to buy 23 episodes instead of the third. They only wanted to buy 13, and that's what doomed that series.
Well, that's too bad. I hope they resurrect it at some point.
YouTube. YouTube is the fastest growing. Believe it or not, YouTube is the fastest growing media since YouTube Live came out. They are the fastest growing media for awareness and alternative news, and also esoteric. Mm-hmm. It's incredible. YouTube now is just loaded with paranormal and esoteric topics, and shows like ours. I watch some of the shows on YouTube. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Occasionally when I have the time. Yeah. When you're not writing books for us. when you're not writing books for us. But
yes, I do a lot of writing.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of great writing, by the way. Very good. You. Yep, I appreciate it. And Kathleen, I will definitely be in touch and everything. Great. But everybody, once again, Kathleen Marden, right? Marden, did I run it together?
Marden, you said it correctly.
Marden. Look, I have a long history of not being able to pronounce people's names. It actually cost me a job at a radio station.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I worked my first job was at a radio station at WMOT in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. It was a part of the college. It was a French jazz. Well, they played not French jazz. They played jazz. But a lot of the artists and stuff were overseas, and I could never pronounce their names correctly. And so I don't know what it is. It is one of these things that it's weird. When I get a name in my head, I do it, and till the point where you just have to yell at me and say, "Hey, look, get my name. My name is this." So Marden, right? I got it again, right?
Yes, Marden. That's correct.
Well, my thing, you know what it is? I don't want the D to become a T and say Martin, like Martin. So I'm trying I'm doing Marden, and that's why I'm breaking it out, Marden. And so that's what's going on. And I know the first time I said Mardine, which I know was definitely not wrong. And you know what that was? That was because of the Kathleen. See how our brains work?
Yes.
Especially in broadcast. We have to with dealing with amateur broadcasters, we have to do everything phonetically. Mm-hmm. Because it kind of rolls together. We're not as smooth as Art or George Norrie yet. Mm-hmm. So, well, you take care of yourself, and I know it's early here in the great state of Florida, and I will definitely be in touch. But take care. And this time I really mean it. Goodbye.
Good talking to you.
Good night.
Good night.
There you go. Our guest, Kathleen Marden, joining us. And wow, co-author, Fact, Fiction, and Flying Saucers, several books with the Stanton Friedman. He's going to be joining us on the 27th. And just a great collaboration, great stories. If you guys really, really want to read good, truthful, very well-researched UFO cases, you need to look for Kathleen, anything that has Kathleen Marden's name on it or Stanton Friedman's name on it. I will tell you, that stuff you can take to the bank. Absolutely. You can definitely take that to the bank. That is going to have the true UFO cases. Wow, what a evening. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I do apologize for the issues that we had starting out, but like I said, it's not how you start, it's how you finish and everything. So we have about 20 minutes here on the line. As you guys can see, we have the chat, and I'll just bring that up. If you have a chat question, feel free to ask it in the chat room. It's up on YouTube. It's kind of cool. We changed some things around. I was actually working last night. We had a great session with John. John called in, and also we had Five Eagles in, and we had a great session. Well, while they were carrying on and stuff, I was building this, as you guys can see in the chat room, and we built that out, and now we can share chat messages on the YouTube screen and everything. So that is really cool. And of course, the graphics are completely changed. As you can see, we got to change things up, make life a little bit more, just make it more interesting. I kind of like it. Actually, I really like it. And it's cool stuff. If you are joining us for the first time, get out, especially on YouTube. Don't get out, but if you're joining us on YouTube, get out there and press that subscribe button. That means a lot to us. I would like to at least be at 250 before the midweek or before the end of the month. That would be awesome. I think we're at 230 right now. If you're joining us on Facebook, or you have watched the show on Facebook, make sure that you keep in mind that Facebook will disconnect. They did earlier tonight. They disconnected us and everything. Hence, that's why we put that little banner ad at the bottom to tell people, hey, look, we got disconnected by Facebook, and get out there to YouTube. Of course, you can always listen to the show at Spreaker. We never have a problem with Spreaker. Never, ever. The radio stuff is solid, rock solid. We never have a issue with that. So get out there on Spreaker, and you always listen to his radio. Actually, I guess when we had our first startup, and I do apologize for that, we went about 30 minutes without no audio on YouTube. Guys were listening to it on Spreaker and watching the audio on YouTube, and we'll get that fixed. I'll download this video and I'll sync it all up, with the audio, and then we'll put it back up there and everything. Wow. What a show. I do apologize, like I said, to the listeners, and more importantly to Kathleen there, that she had to endure that first segment, that first 30 minutes. Guys, I didn't have my A game. I didn't have my A game today. And, but I was told that was going to happen as I go through this liver cleanse. I'll tell you, man, Brendan was right. The liver cleanse stuff is working. I can tell there's some changes that I'm going through, some physical changes that I'm actually experiencing. I'll share those with you guys a little bit later. But tomorrow we're going to have Neil Slade on. It's going to be a great show. Neil is known for his mind over matter, mind stuff. So we'll have Neil on the show tomorrow. Look forward to that. And then on Friday, we're going to finish up the week with Beth Leone. Beth Leone is going to be joining us. She is a Taoist princess and a 5th degree black belt. Not someone you really want to jerk around with, guys. So she's going to be joining us, and that's going to be awesome as well. But like I said, what a night. I have a lot of work ahead of us. I will just If you guys want to get on a party line, let me know in chat. I'd love to, I'll send that out to you, but I'm going to take a quick break. We're probably about a 6-minute break. When we get back from the break, I will open up the party line and you guys will be able to call in and we can go from there. How's that sound? All right. That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. Hey, if you would like to we're going to start up the party line here. We're going to see how long this goes for those. This is kind of like the after show party. So the phone number, you need a pen and paper. I'm going to send this into the chat. I'm going to send this into the chat room there on both Spreaker and also on YouTube as well. So the phone number, let me get it typed in here on YouTube first. Should probably just put an info up, but we can't assume that everybody is on YouTube. So the phone number is 1-267-930-4000. 1-267-930-4000. All right. The participation code is 148-295-939. Once again, the participation code is 148-295-939. And that's how you guys get into the show. And we will go ahead and fire that up and you guys can join me there. And once again, and I will throw this over here for those that are in Spreaker. Here, the number is 1-267-930-4000 for those in Spreaker. And the participation code is 148-295-939. And if you guys want to join, that would be awesome because we had a really good time. We had a really good time last night on the party line. Love to hear from you guys. Oh, we got a taker. Hey, where are you calling from? Hey, just give your first name and where you're calling from.
Debbie, Seattle.
Hey, Debbie in Seattle. I hope that information from Kathleen will help you out. I didn't even think about getting her involved.
It did.
Good.
It really did. Yeah.
Good.
I need to find out what's really going on.
Well, what's going on is you got UFOs flying over your head. We got another caller on the party line.
I mean, aggression-wise.
Oh, well, yeah. Once again, you can talk to her and do that. So we got another caller. Can you just say your first name and where you're calling from, please?
Jeff from Seattle.
Jeff from, oh my gosh, we got, there you go. We got Jeff from Seattle and we got Debbie from Seattle. So we got the West Coast.
Hey, Seattle.
We got the West Coast represented. Anybody on the East Coast? Any takers on the East Coast? I'm waiting for John to come in. I know he will. Come on, John. Come on, John. It was funny because we did this last night and I actually had to boot the guys off of it because I was like, you guys were, it's a little late. And
The show's over.
yeah. Well, and it was fun though. I enjoyed it though, but oh my gosh, John and Five Eagles great conversation. I wish I would have had the mic on and just recorded the conversation.
Yeah, I couldn't get to a pen and paper last night quick enough to get the number.
Yeah, I think this is the standard number. So you might as well just write this down because I noticed it hasn't changed from last night.
I wrote it down.
Awesome. So, hey, Jeff, so how are things going with you, man, on your book?
Pretty good. Just pecking away at that book 3. I got a long ways to go, but I'm launching it's like the official launch of both paperbacks of my first 2 books come up the end of November. So about mid-November, I'm going to do a big internet push just to get the sales back up for. I signed up with Ingram Publishing. They're the biggest distributor books in the world. I'm coming out in their book catalog in late November, so I'm trying to get the paperbacks going. So I'll be all over the internet, all over Facebook, all over YouTube about mid to late November here. Yep. So,
and we're going to help you with that as well. Did you get my message?
With that right now.
Yeah. Did you get my?
Yeah, I sent you my email.
Okay.
Yeah, I sent you my email and stuff. So we'll be talking pretty quick. So
yeah. You're going to be in some pretty good company there, buddy. I'll tell you, so for those that don't know, we actually signed, and this is actually reserved mainly for radio stations and stuff, but we have joined a ad network, or we've been accepted to an ad network. So we're going to actually be selling advertising for, budget car rent, all sorts. I don't want to name their names until we actually get the ads together. And, they like our style, man. They like our style. They like our style show. And they say, hey, look, we'll take a guy like you, talking about it, because I told them flat out, I said, if I don't use your product, I'm not going to talk about it. And,
exactly.
And they said that, those are the type of guys that we want. So like I said, what's that?
They have good taste.
Yeah. Well, it's like I said, I'm not gonna. So don't ask me to endorse your product unless I actually use it. I will tell you, man, this liver medic that I've been taking from Brendan, this stuff, I can tell you, it's already changed my. There's some significant changes physically that Sandy even noticed today. I'm going to call my
healthy liver gives you good energy. So,
well, I'm going to go smack my doctor in the back of the head. I really am. Because I've been dealing with this thing that they diagnose as psoriasis, right? And come to find out, I've been taking this liver medic, and then he's got me on this stuff. It's called Candida complex. Candida is spelled Candida. Yeah. And I will tell you, my psoriasis my supposed psoriasis that I have is gone.
Yeah.
It's already like cleared up in like 2 days. I've been taking it for 3 days.
That would be good for my granddaughter. She has psoriasis.
Well, like I said, they misdiagnosed it, but Candida, you need to go look it up. It is a yeast-like fungus that everybody has on their skin. And what Brendan was saying on the show when he was on the show last week was that what happens is they're finding that the Candida is what causes people to have cravings for sugar because it lives off of sugar and yeast. That's what it eats. And when you have Candida infection and you're covered with it or you have it and you cut your sugar and your simple carbs out, the Candida sends out a message to your body saying, "Hey, I need sugar, I need carbs." And that's what does it. And I will tell you, without a doubt, I've taken this. I've had behind my ear, I had an area that I always thought, because I wear the headsets, that it was a, psoriasis was being, because of the headset and the heat and stuff that builds up with the headsets. And I can tell you that it's already gone. It's dried up. It's gone. And it looks like, and that's a very common thing. And then the other thing is I'll tell you, I'm not like craving sugar and I'm not craving bread like I used to.
I quit eating sugar a long time ago.
Yeah. I mean, I can tell you, I'm not craving any of it. We, right about now when I'm wrapping up the show, I'll be like thinking about a big old sandwich that I'm going to make. And now I'm like,
I do that times late at night.
Yeah. I'll eat my Boost or drink my Boost.
Yeah. It feels good to go to sleep on a full tummy.
Oh yeah. I can tell you. I can't. If I have to actually, I sleep sitting up. I've wrecked my body. So it doesn't look like John's going to join. It's all right. Hey, the gang's all here. But if you guys want to join us, the two numbers there in the chat room is the first one's the phone number. The second one is the access code. And tonight it is the Midnight Ocean party line. Party. Anything. So, hey, Jeff, how, I know you've been working on on your book, man. Have you been listening to any shows besides tonight?
Yeah, I try to catch them. If I miss you, I try to catch the rerun, but man, I got to watch that show from last night, man. L.A. Marzulli, that's a phenomenal grab for an interview, man. I can't believe I missed that one. Yeah. That would have been the one I wanted to watch.
Yeah, L.A., that was a good show. I enjoyed that one. And I enjoyed tonight's show. I enjoyed tonight's show, and I have to apologize to Kathleen. I come into the studio, and what's really weird is that these infographics that I created, I actually created them today. Normally, I don't create them until 9:00 when I come in the studio, but for something compelled me because if I would have had to create them today, or at 9 when I come in, there's no way we were going to have a video show, because I literally came in at 9 and the computer rebooted and said upgrading Windows 10, and that's the machine that keeps that does the video feeds. And literally, I started the upgrade at 9:00. It did not finish until a minute before the show. And then when the show started, it was doing its, hey, we're applying the changes. So that put us about 2 minutes behind schedule. And that messed us up, and and then of course and that's the machine that carries the audio, for the OBS as well, for the video as well. And then I guess we ran like 30 minutes without any audio going out.
Yeah.
And on the,
I was just, I wasn't listening, just chatting. I couldn't hear anything.
Well, in the you on Spreaker, you were fine. It was the video. The guys that were listening on Facebook and also on YouTube. But the Spreaker was fine.
That's what I mean, was Facebook.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was no audio going out for about 30 minutes. So, oh, well. Oh, well, what I'll do is I'll just download this and then strip the audio out and then put the audio from the Spreaker, overlay it, and then load it back up. How do you,
better anyway.
Yeah. How do you guys like the new layout of the video, Jeff?
I like it.
It's cool. The alien under hat must be green because it's showing the screen behind it right through your forehead.
It is. It's funny. I wear that hat to make my daughters laugh because they told me that I had nothing between my ears. But yeah, the alien is green. Yeah, you can see through it. Yeah, I do that on purpose, man. And then the shirt that I'm wearing's got a little bit of green in it too because you can see the tint as it's.
Oh yeah.
But no. I really like the layout. I like the fact that now that I can, like if we're doing a chat room or something like that, I can kick it over to the chat and then we can actually see the chat. So when people are doing it, Debbie, I tried to get a way of getting because I know you watch us on Spreaker, but getting you into the chat, the Spreaker chat up there as well. So that way we can have the Spreaker chat running and the YouTube chat running at the same time. And, wow, there is a delay.
Hey.
Wow. There is quite a bit of delay. There's about a 20-second delay because I switched that chat over about 20 seconds ago. So, but yeah, so there you go. On YouTube, now we can see the chat. And so so when people are in the chat room, we can say, hey, ask your question of the guest or whatever. And then everybody can see the questions and I don't have to repeat them. Stuff. So that's
how come I can only see my chat and nobody else's?
That's because you're in Spreaker.
Oh, that's how it goes?
Yeah, you're not in YouTube.
Oh, I see.
You need to come over with the big kids, Debbie, and come over to YouTube.
My daughter always tells me, Mother, you were so stuck in the 60s.
Yeah, Spreaker is the radio for the radio guys, but I mean, most of the show, man, is in YouTube. I was watching the YouTube go flying by today. There was a lot of chatting going on, which was awesome.
What do they charge for that YouTube?
It's free.
Is it really?
Yeah, just go to youtube.com. Yeah, it's all free.
Hell.
Yeah, go to youtube.com. And then in the search, then type in the Midnight Ocean. So.
Oh, cool.
Well,
I didn't know that. I'm not too savvy. Like I said, my daughter says I'm stuck in the 60s.
It happens. It's okay. I'm not either. Well, guys, I do want to, let me do this. I'm going to wrap this up. Hey, Jeff, are you going to be around for a while?
Probably not, but let's just keep, hit me on that email for sure. Let's keep moving this thing forward and we'll do some little promotion on the show. So.
Yeah. We'll definitely starting tomorrow. I was going to tell you, I'll send you my address. Do you have any physical copies of your book?
I'll send them out. I'll send them out the next couple of days for sure. Shoot me that address. I'll get you a couple of copies of both books. So.
Yeah, send me the address, and that way I can show them as we're talking about them as well. The other thing too is I will tell you I already notified YouTube that we are now selling products on the thing, so I'll be able to, as I'm talking, I'll be able to actually show the product on the thing. I just went ahead and said I have a really good friend who does. I got a buddy that I hooked up with in Puerto Rico. He does about $230,000 a month in revenues from his YouTube, from his podcasts. And yeah, he was like, yeah, forget you. And he kind of explained to me YouTube's model. Like, I mean, look, I mean, I've got over almost 200,000 minutes of viewers, viewing on my thing. And is like, I've only made $10-15, and the guy's like, forget that. He's like, you can do one ad and do that in like one ad. So yeah, I'm getting out of the monetization on YouTube, and we're going purely sponsorship and like we're doing. So yeah, get those over to me, but I'll grab them off of the internet as well. And then when we're talking, because I'd like to get you on tomorrow's show. I think your show. I'm trying to match the sponsors up with the actual shows. You would have been great for Marzulli last night.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, your book would have been awesome for Marzulli because we talked about the New World Order and the Luciferians and stuff. So that was
that was a good show.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought so too. Tonight was a good show, except we had to, the first 30 minutes I was kind of a goob. Yeah.
All the shows are good.
Thank you. We're trying. I got a very good, how do I say this? I won't tell you who he is, but I've been someone who I highly respect. Actually, I'll share with you what he wrote because I view you guys as friends. And, this is the nice thing about doing live and stuff. This is what, like I said, I won't tell you who he is because he told me not to do that because he can't, unfortunately, he said it would be an endorsement. And he said, I don't want an endorsement. Hold on. Because, he can't, unfortunately, he's like, I can't endorse you, but I can give you my opinions of you and your show. And this is what he wrote, which means a lot to me. As we roll into the evenings. And this,
that was better than Coast to Coast.
We don't say that here. We don't say that. We're all in the same. Hey, he goes, I've listened to a few of your shows. I think you're doing a very good job as a host. Your guests were a little boring at times, not your fault. Don't be afraid to stop a guest from rambling and guide the conversation. So you can pretty much figure out where this is coming from, right? So don't be afraid to stop the guest from rambling and guide the conversation. I think you could even get weirder, more out there. I think there's a huge market for the really strange and borderline insane conspiracy stuff. Not sure what demographic you're going for, but politics will turn off a lot of your younger listeners. They want the weird. I recommend you try a show like a show on Men in Black or even Flat Earth. As stupid as it is, there are thousands interested in it. I'm not saying to do that stuff all the time. All you need is one good show on crazy and popular subjects to get your brand out there. They also seem to love the shows with debates on topics like the moon landing hoax, 9/11 conspiracies, crazy stuff like that. As you know, it's going to be hard to get really good guests until you get your viewer members up. You may want to reach out to your other YouTubers as guests. There are plenty of wacky characters out there that want to be heard. Don't be afraid to make it up as you go. There you go. That's coming from a guy who knows. Like I said, I'd tell you who he is, but that right there is going on my wall.
That's quite a compliment.
Yeah. Well, it was a very critical assessment of how we're doing and what we're doing. And that means a lot to me coming from this guy.
Well, sure.
So we'll, so we need crazy stuff. Jeff, we need to find
crazy stuff.
I know. We're going to get Jeff. You remember? Oh, that's right. That's why I missed you last night because I was going to tell you. Remember the alien, the reptilian lady that we had on from the IMF?
Yeah.
What?
You remember that show? No, this is old, Debbie. You wouldn't know this show. This is when I was doing my other political podcast.
Had a reptilian lady on your show?
She went. Jeff will tell you. We had this, and Joe Sullivan's going to find her again. She's a member, but she was a director of the IMF. She was the actual director of the IMF. So she started
the IMF?
the International Monetary Fund. That's the world's banks. All right. So, and Jeff,
World Banks.
Yeah, these are the people, the puppet masters. So this is the thing. She started, and Jeff will attest to this. She started out talking about how the IMF is corrupt and blah, 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 blah. And about halfway through the interview, she flips into like a reptilian alien and talking about how they're coming. Yes. Kid you not, Jeff, you remember that show, don't you?
I remember parts of that. God, that'd be crazy to people rebroadcast some of that.
I can't find, unfortunately what happened when I got rid of the Patriot, I didn't pay any of the, so they trashed it. I can't find it. I looked.
Was it like a a video? Was there?
No. She was a guest on the show talking about the corruption of the IMF. I brought her on with the intention, because you got to remember, we were doing a political podcast. So nothing paranormal. This was political, 100% political. She's talking in the show. She's talking about how the IMF is basically ripping everybody off, blah, 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 blah. And then about mid-interview, she flips to what I suspect to be a reptilian. And she goes off about how the Armada's coming. They're going to destroy us. We're nothing but food. And she just flips out on the show. Just completely.
Oh, man.
But you know what? That was, besides the show that Jeff did, that was the highest ranking show I ever did.
I bet it was. I'm sorry I missed.
It was crazy. Joe Sullivan, who's in the chat room, he set that meeting up. Joe used to follow me as well. And he set that meeting up. So he's like, I got her name. I still follow. He goes, he told me yesterday he's going to get her on the show.
I hope so. I got it. Oh, man, that would be fantastic.
Yeah. So we're going to get her on the show. Yeah, that's the thing. We're looking for the crazy. I wasn't
for sure if they really existed or not.
Oh, they exist. Yep. And they love humans. They love them humans. They love eating those humans. You know, a lot of people don't realize this. In the United States alone, we have over 4,000 people that disappear every day without a trace. Poof, gone.
Oh, my God.
So that's just in the United States.
Scary.
That's not in other countries. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, like I said, you might be walking one night and might become reptilian food.
I'm never going camping again. Bring me up, Scotty.
Yeah, well, that's that. You wish, right? You hope that's the only thing, because there's a lot of you are out there in the food chain and stuff. So yeah, we're gonna get her back on the show. But I am looking. I know Laura is trying to get a vampire, a legitimate, real life, 100% vampire on the show. This guy is a blood drinking vampire.
They got fangs?
He's got the whole 9 yards. I saw pictures of him, and he's not someone. He is not someone that I want to meet in a dark. And I'm a big dude. He's not someone I want to. Huh?
Is he for real?
He is for real. This guy is for real. And you might, yeah, Laura knows him, Jeff.
Nice.
Yeah, so she reached out to me last week, and she's like, "You want this guy on?" And she showed me a picture, and I'm like, "Are you kidding me? Of course I want him on." But this guy is like a
crazy people. Man. Dude, you should get. She knows Ron Johnson, who's big on YouTube right now. You should get him on. He runs the Stranger Than Truth news network on YouTube. But she's friends with him. If you get him on, that would be huge too, man.
Yeah, we want to.
Ron Johnson.
We want to get over into the crazy. Look, this is I hate to say this. I want our normal to be UFOs, aliens, abductions, Bigfoot. Then I want our crazy. Yeah. That's our normal show. That's a normal show for us. What most people would think was a normal show, that's normal for us. You know, I want, to the point of the email that I got, I want the crazy, how do I say that? I can say this because it's batshit crazy people. That's exactly the words I was thinking.
Crazy.
What's that? What was that, Jeff?
Mel Waters. You got to find Mel Waters, the guy that did Mel's Hole.
Yeah, I'm looking at
show. He's up here in Washington State too. You get him on, dude, you'll get $1,000.
I would love to have Mel Holes. I would love to have JC. I'd love JC to call me. I would love for JC to call me. You know, and like he used to do with Art. I would love for JC to call me. Tell me I'm going to go to hell. And I've always said that if you want to break in or fly over a military compound, I'll give you my number and call me. And I will, if I can bail you out of jail, I will. But call me first. Call me. You got to call me. I want to hear that because that's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. Batshit crazy. I'd have put that out there on Facebook. Yeah, I want batshit crazy. And
I was thinking the same words before you said that. I was thinking batshit crazy.
Yep. And by the way, Jeff, I got to reach out to your buddy. I want to get the flat earther. I want to get him on the show. What
is it with all these with the flat Earth? Why do they think it's flat?
Because the Bible says it is.
It kind of does, but it kind of doesn't. It's all in the interpretation. It says, it talks about the four corners of the earth, but I think the flat earth people think it's more kind of round. But I think the the whole flat earth movement is more it's just a complete rejection of everything that we've been taught by the establishment.
Yes.
Since they teach that we live on a globe, they're going in the exact opposite direction, saying, no, it's flat earth, and here's the Bible verse to back it up. I can respect their point for sure, but I personally don't. I think we live on a globe myself.
Well, what about the pictures from NASA? It shows a globe.
Yeah, you can't look. I'm a pilot. You can't you can't fly. You can't circumnavigate. Yeah, you can't fly. If the Earth was flat, all of our airplane charts take in consideration the curvature of the Earth. If when you fly an airplane from point A to point B, you're not flying in a straight line. You have to take in consideration the curvature. So I agree, but hey, look, and I think to just what Jeff said, it's more of an argument against the establishment than it is the actual.
I think they definitely represent their evidence, but there's some stuff like the whole thing with the sun. So largely they believe the sun is approximately 32 miles in diameter, and it's about 3,000 miles above the surface of the earth, and it kind of goes in a circular pattern around the circular flat earth. But if that was the case, I mean, you'd see the sun coming as a tiny dot, getting bigger, bigger, bigger as it goes until it's overhead, and it gets smaller, smaller, smaller. But when that thing comes up over the sunrise, it's the same size all day until it goes over the sunset. So that's impossible on a flat earth model.
Exactly.
I mean, just that one argument, I've not got a good answer from anybody how to explain that.
Yeah.
I can't make sense of it.
I know just enough to get me in trouble, right?
Yeah, well, no, you're absolutely, but I still want him on the show.
Oh yeah. No. A lot of my.
Well, I got your buddy. He did reach out to me on Facebook. I just got to follow up with him, and I've got some slots open next week. Maybe we'll get him on next week.
Well, Lori's flat Earth believer also. So I mean, you should have Lori and Robbie on. They're friends. I'm friends with all those guys. I'd come on as a moderator.
Oh, do you? Are you a moderator? You're like the guy in the middle. That's what's really. And you're the guy that keep them from tearing each other up.
Except they would be both of them against anybody that believed in the globular, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll get Lori on. But see, I don't want to go. Well, I just want to listen to her. Yeah, I won't attack. I don't ever attack any of our guests.
Back on.
What's that?
Go find that reptile.
Oh, she's coming. Don't worry about it. It's coming, Joe. We got guys on it. We got, we got guys and gals who are, and hey, Debbie, if you know anybody that's batshit crazy and you want to get them on the show, send them my way.
I have been trying.
I know. So anybody you know, I'll be glad to, I'm not being, we're equal opportunity crazy here. We're all for it. The crazier you are, if you want to, share your experiences and stuff with, I'm looking for devils. I'm looking for angels. I'm looking for witches.
Well, wait till we get all this filmed that I got going on here. And
that's true. We're going to send the MUFON over. Yep. We'll send MUFON over there. I'm still, Jeff, we need to follow up with Eric and those guys. They were supposed to get me permission to stay in the bar in the penitentiary.
Oh wow!
Did you hear about that, Jeff? Were you on the show when they talked about that? Yeah, Laura and them were all working on because they're in Ohio, right? Well, Laura's in Chicago. But
I don't know.
I'm trying to think.
Over.
Yeah, Eric and all those guys. I can't remember. I was on someone's show and we were talking about it, and they were setting it up. But there's a bar, and in the prison where they shot Shame Shock's Redemption. You know, the movie Shame Shock Redemption or whatever. So those are two notorious haunted places. So we're trying to set it up so I will spend the night in there by myself, no one else. And I'm going to do 2 live shows, one from the bar that's haunted and then one from the penitentiary. Yep. All by myself.
Gonna have video?
Oh yeah, we're gonna do the video. We'll do the. I talked to Manu, and you know we'll get the video crew out there and stuff. But it's just gonna be me in the building, no one else.
This is gonna be good, Jeff.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be good. I'm looking forward to it. But no, I will.
More guts than I do.
I will do 2 live shows, and I'll be taking calls live during the shows.
I have seen ghosts.
Oh, I've seen a ghost too.
I knew a guy once when I was 14 years old. We lived in like a projects, you know.
Yeah.
And our bedrooms were like right beside each other, and we'd have like a code. We were friends, and we'd knock on the wall and code, like, you know, communicating. And he killed himself. I saw his ghost. I mean,
wow.
Oh, it was creepy.
Wow.
Crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he was, his ghost was doing the knocking, tapping and stuff, and I seen his ghost. Oh, it was creepy.
Weird.
But hey, I've been going through this all my life. If it ain't the creepy, it's the weird.
That's bizarre. That is bizarre.
Maybe you should have her on the show here, Jeff.
What? Deb? Debbie's always on the show.
Always.
She always calls.
There's a will, there's a way. I'll find you.
Yeah, she's always calling. She's getting haunted, man. You see if you guys are close enough. She's got UFOs every night. I'm going to sell tickets.
Kidding?
Yeah, I'm going to sell tickets.
Yeah, when the skies are clear, I've got these orange, like, big balls in the sky. They're always here with me. And then there's that forked, like, helicopter thing. You know, I don't understand why they don't come out at day. That's what bothers me.
Well, they
Jeff.
probably do. You can't see them.
Why only at night?
They probably do. You just can't see them.
No. They don't come out in the daytime. They only come out at night.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. They're like me. Maybe
Well, they're patrolling them UFOs is what they're doing.
Yeah,
because they're always around my house. I mean, this helicopter thing, it is just constantly at nighttime, especially on a clear night. There's 2 of them. One they'll take turns patrol. One will patrol like down, and then the other one will patrol like up. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah, there you go. I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna get MUFON out there though. We're gonna get MUFON out there.
I can't wait.
Yep.
It's batshit crazy. People. I told my brother once, and he won't even talk to me no more.
That's.
He thinks I'm batshit crazy.
He thinks you're batshit crazy. There you go.
Yeah, he does. I had this one triangle, Jeff. This is the honest to God's truth. A black triangle. I live off the main street called 29th Street.
Yeah.
A black triangle came right, I mean, it was maybe 100 feet off the ground, came right over my house, and there was this helicopter that was like escorting it, like one of them fork helicopters, but they all had all their lights out.
Huh.
Batshit crazy stuff.
Batshit crazy. There you go. BSC. We're going to get shirts made of BSC. And stuff. And by the way, Jeff, I'll reach out to you because I got to get your address as well. So, hey guys, I hate to do this, but it's about 2:30. I got a lot of work ahead of me, and everything. So I'm going to cut this one short, and then Jeff, I'll reach out to you in a few minutes, or I'll just send it out tomorrow morning. Okay.
You just shoot me an email or a message with your address, and I'll send those books out right quick. So
yeah, I will. I'll get those done. We'll just hook up tomorrow because I got to get these infographics done and everything for tomorrow's show. So Deb, I appreciate it. Thanks for calling in. And hang out. No
problem.
We'll talk tomorrow. Well, all right. Same time, same bat time, same bat channel. See you guys. Take care.
All righty. Have a good night.
Good night. So there you go, guys. I think that's something we're going to do after the show. We're going to have the after show party in which we will open up the party lines, and anybody who wants to call in can call in. That would be kind of cool, and everything, and talk about it. It'll be the after party here at the Midnight Ocean. Wow, what another great show. What another outstanding show, except, we had the technical issues, but we overcame. We adapted. We worked through them and everything. But like always, as we always end our show, I've always said that if you can be anything, be what my good friend Ed Roman is, tells you to be here in this song. The actual song, everybody thinks it's called Be Love. It's not. The name of the song is not Be Love. It's actually I Am Love by Ed Roman.
Be love.
Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.